this time of the Tata Steel Masters. And it's just going to be very interesting. Already the games are in action. And obviously there was this big match between Carlsen and Caruana, but because of a specific idea by Carlsen, actually not Carlsen, but by Caruana, the game ended pretty abruptly. So just let's take a look at this game. The game actually already ended in a draw, which I'm not that happy about. Was hoping that there'll be something exciting happening, but okay, you can hope. You can hope, but it doesn't always happen. So, not surprising, Fabiano likes to play these Nimzo setups with knight f6, e6, especially that it gives hope for the Vienna. Bishop e7, bishop g5. Now this time he shuns bishop e7, just like in the Singfield that he did. And his sort of a debut that he did, and had amazing results with the classical orthodox system with bishop e7 castles. Bishop e7, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, and d takes c4. Now this is actually an age-old idea known from the 80s, early 90s. This had a little bit of an uprise and was a bit popular. The whole point is after e4, the e3 as played, you have the idea of taking on c4. But after e4, you have this nice little trick, which usually wouldn't work, but because the bishop was forced to h4, it does. And if you take on e7, I have knight c3. And whenever we have this, I attack your queen, you attack my queen kind of trouble, then you have to see if there's any checks available. Well, there's no checks for the bishop. You can't pass through that pawn. You'd love to, but you can't. And also there's no queen a4 check because the knight protects the a4 square. And if you take, I take and I'm up a pawn. And if you take, I take. And yeah, these are usually like the exchanges you see in queen c2 Nimzos. But here there's knight takes b2 with the idea of getting the knight to d3. And I still have that extra pawn on c4 that makes a big difference. Knight takes b2, and knight d3, and then the situation is fairly good here. Now, even though this would be a problem, e3 is obviously the logical choice. c5, bishop c4, cd, knight takes d4. E takes d4, I still feel like the more ambitious one, but probably Carlsen felt a little bit not too confident about the chance of playing an IQP. So he played knight d4, bishop d7, castles, castles. And in general, in these types of positions, black will get quick play. And even though he's a little passive, it's nothing terrible, as it actually you'll see in this game. Rook c1, knight c6, knight b3. Just trying to put this bishop to the cold side of the board, not like making it stuck there. Rook c8, bishop e2, and because of these ideas, white drops back, but it just doesn't feel too good. Knight d5, hoping to exchange pieces, and if that happens, the game is just ending in a draw, and as it did. Knight takes c3. So Carlsen is trying to avoid exchanges, but it just doesn't help. Knight b4 is a very good move. Hitting on a2, provoking some more exchanges. Takes, queen takes, bishop d6, knight d5. And slowly but surely, all the pieces are going off the board. Knight f5, queen a3. Carlsen is trying to get the c file with winning some tempi. But Fabiano is precise and sees that this bishop on e2 is a little bit loose. e4, queen e5, attacking that bishop, ef takes, knight d4, and now all of the pieces go down the drain, and they agreed to a draw. It wasn't like the game that we've hoped for, but it was still an interesting fight. But as of now, the big fight is still going on between two key players, and one of them is Wesley So against Duda, and the other one is obviously the Yuyangi Firouzja game. So let's just head over to the Firouzja game immediately. And let's take a look at what's going on now. Let's catch up a little bit. So it was Sicilian, more dominantly the Najdorf that we would expect to see. Bishop e3, e5, queen c7. So knight f3 is more of this solid systems, hoping to go bishop c4 and have a big control over this d5 square with castles. So Firouzja is trying to stop that and take away that important square. a4, bishop e7, bishop e2. But after this queen c7 move, black wastes a move and white gets to plunk these pieces, and there's no real hope for black for active counterplay. So castles, castles, bishop e6, and in fact, black can choose between b6, knight d7, or play bishop e6, knight d7. Firouzja is choosing the one with the knight d7 plan, bishop e6, knight d7 plan, playing and deciding that he's okay with this a5 position, even though this should be a little bit better, because black is a little bit more cramped than usual. h6, just stabilizing against knight g5. So if knight d7, potentially sometimes there's knight g5. Even though here specifically, I think you could go bishop c4. Just exchange off this bishop. And I still have enough pressure over the d5 square. This shouldn't be a big problem. But Firouzja decided to play h6, just making sure that this bishop is stable there. Knight d5, and this is the typical idea. White is launching an attack on the queen side while black will try to come up with a plan on the king side. Knight takes, e takes, bishop f5. Not the usual plan. Usually we saw takes, takes. But because the queen is misplaced here, this might be a little slow, because the usual plan for black is to go knight e8, f5, and if the queen is still on d8, you have bishop g5 ideas to exchange off this bishop. So for a good reason, Firouzja just mixes it up, plays bishop f5, c4, knight d7, b4. And now as the bishop is in the way, it's much harder to start these King's Indian storms that you would usually see. And that is kind of an issue. Rook c8, but white's attack is coming quite quickly. Rook c1, queen d8, knight d2. The knight is either heading towards f3, knight e4, or helping the attack with knight b3, c5. Knight f6, queen b3, queen d7, rook d1. He actually decided to just get the rooks in the center instead. Knight g4 takes f3. Probably knight g4 wasn't a great idea. This was more of a close position. Exchanging off for this bishop was not a great idea, I don't think. And now the attack is brewing, especially as this knight is heading towards b6. Queen b5, queen c4. Heading towards the endgame, which is actually a little worse for Firouzja, as white has the active pawns in the center. Knight e4, rook d8, c takes, bishop b6, and you can see that I have the passed pawn. Your rook is kind of encaged, for lack of a better word, And if I manage to start pushing this pawn, there'll be trouble. Check. Bishop c5. Obviously, white would be thrilled to get rid of that bishop, but Firouzja says no. King f2, f5. You note you can't take there because the bishop is hanging. So he played f5, knight c3, bishop c4, and d6. Oh, was that played? Yes. So you can't take it because bishop takes, rook takes, and your bishop was hanging out. Take you. So bishop d8, and here we are. Now, even though white has a firm position with a very strong d6 pawn, that does not necessarily mean it's going to be a win. Let's take a look what Yuyangi could do, and if Firouzja could defend. Note, if Firouzja could defend this, that would be a big news. While on the other side of the table, Wesley So is trying to win. Let's see, let's take a look. So there's an idea of knight a4, knight b6. Question is if that's enough. Now the bishop definitely cannot move because then I'll get knight b6, and if I get my pawn to d7, that's near decisive. So let's take a look maybe if the king could walk over to e6. Maybe white could also try to change plans. Go bishop b6. I have bishop b6 now. Double attacking. If you take, I'll double attack on the rook and bishop. Probably have bishop b5. And if knight c5, bishop b6, I'm still in time to defend. See, knight c5 takes, you're pinned. You have to take, takes. And when you would take on b7, the b6 is falling. And this is just fine. But okay, let's see with the knight b6 plan. Takes. I could take with the a, and I could take with the bishop as well. I could take with the bishop because the d6 is still not hanging. It's still not hanging at the moment. So if I take with the bishop, you can just move the bishop to c6, and it's an opposite colored bishop game. If I take, just bishop b5, and yes, you can have some ways of exchanging off this rook, but I'll just stay with bishop c6, and because of the opposite colored bishop endgame, it's not likely to be anything decisive. Maybe a takes b is more interesting, because rook c7 can be a little bit more annoying then. But still, it is an opposite colored bishop endgame, and I don't really see a breakthrough. Let's see if there was any move played. No. So knight a4, knight b6 is an idea. Bishop b6, let's say. This could make sense. Attacking both of them takes. Bishop e6. You got to defend this guy. You can't take. Bishop e6. Rook c7. Now if you take, I think that endgame should be just dead lost. Because either this way or this direction I'm going to promote. If you take, I'll take here. And I still have that b pawn, but I'm not sure if this is going to be deadly. I have a feeling that there's some pressure here, definitely, on Firouzja, but I think with some precise play he can hold. But let's take a look at Wesley's game, as he's the other one who was trying. But as I see, it just ended in a draw. So let's see what happened. D5, G3. He's playing this good old Catalan ways of playing, which is not as surprising. Yeah, so the Wesley Duda did end it in the draw. But Yu Yangyi is still pressing against Firouzja, and that'll be a key game. If Firouzja can hold, he is still clinging to his first place then. dc, bishop g2, a6. So Duda is sticking to his aggressive setups, which is a good style, I like it. He's trying to go for more than a draw. Castles, e3. This is the old system that Galfond used to play. Bishop d7, a4. But I think this is new. Probably the point is, if b5, I can probably take, and start attacking with knight e5. Oh, wrong move. So b5 takes, and knight e5. What? So he didn't want to do that. For some reason, it got back to 0. Bishop d6, but this is more circumspect. He's not interested in Wesley's home preparation. a5, knight b4, knight a3, just trying to pick up that pawn. Bishop b5, but Duda is not keen on giving it for free. At least he wants to get rid of a relatively passive bishop on d7. Knight d2, bishop c6, takes. So c3 could be a move, but probably b takes, and queen f1. And you could go, let's say knight d5, I could go e4, e5, forking you. But even if you go knight c6, I have big play. I have the center. I have the bishop pair, the center, and I'm going to start pushing my e-pawn forward. There's big compensation here. So Duda didn't want that. Played bishop c6, knight c4, takes, castles. So instead of going for that sharp line, he's going for this solid setup, hoping that he could hold this one. f3, bishop e7, bishop d2, knight c6. As you can see, Duda is not trying too hard to make it sharp. He's just putting pressure on the d pawn. And if that pawn cannot really move forward, the position is relatively balanced, even though white has clear space advantage and a very strong knight on c4 that might even hop to e5 in the future. Queen b3, rook b8, bishop c3, just bolstering, hoping to eventually play e4, but even that doesn't really amount to that much. b5 takes, c takes, knight c2, e4. Finally, just was preparing this idea, hitting on the a6 pawn. So Duda actually decided to do something. He could just might as well sit with knight d5, but he felt it makes sense to be a little more aggressive. b5, knight a5, takes, rook d1, rook c8, knight e3. And yes, white has an extra pawn in the center, but no pawn advantage of any sorts. So you could say that white is pressing a little bit, but it's not that much. Hello, Jatim Pandaya. How's it going? We're just looking at this game between Duda and Wesley So as white. Knight d7, h4, just giving and getting a little more space. Knight d7 is actually a clever idea, kind of anticipating d5, but in case of d5, there's knight c5 hitting the queen. And that's something that Wesley So does not want to see just yet. Bishop f8, rook c1, takes, rook c8, rook c3, trying to double, knight b8, but now this knight is going here to just get rid of that bishop on a5, which is a little annoying. Bishop b4, takes, queen c6, and after a myriad of exchanges, the game ended in a draw. In fact, this could be still played. The position is equal, I'm not doubting that, but There's an A pawn going down the board, and even though white has the center, the A pawn is a bit more dangerous than the center pawns, as the king is already on E7. So I kind of assume that knight C6, A5, A4. You could still play this on, but probably Duda wasn't in the mood and was kind of happy with the draw. In general, wasn't kind of hoping for more. By the way, hello everyone. I'm Grandmaster Dennis Borsch. Just looking at these games, looked at the Wesley So game. Hello, Just That Blue. Hello there. And we'll be going back to the Firouzja game shortly. But if there's a specific game you'd be interested to look at, do let me know. Let me see if there's something interesting going on. Jeffrey Duda. Let's take a look at the Jeffrey Duda game. So 32 minutes for Jeffrey Zhang and 60 minutes for Vityugov. The question is, so white has a lot of pressure on the B pawn, but that knight on D3 and E6 are just so well coordinated. I don't think that black could be much worse here. Apron chess, there's a game from the challengers, the one with Lucas von Forest, you mean, apron chess? We'll try to take a look at that shortly after. So, I don't think that there's enough attackers for Jeffrey. Queen alone can't checkmate, and this knight seems to be neutralizing this f5 pony. What would come to my mind is h4, h5, making sure this king is stuck there, and then maybe go for this knight h4, knight g6 ideas. Let's say h4. I might even need to prepare it with g3. I can't really jump around too much with my queen because the b7 pawn is hanging, and I would be immediately attacking your king side. Probably you wouldn't want that. On the other hand, my king is a little bit weakened, so I'd even consider either knight f4 or even the bizarre knight e1 move. Let's be conservative and let's start with knight f4 and something like that. Now there's no more h5. g3 is an idea, but I'm still afraid saying that. Probably g3 is even dangerous. You can't even go there. And I have knight e2 and the hunter is getting hunted. So this would be dangerous. So probably knight f4 is a problem. With ideas of queen d1, queen f1, also stopping h5. Seeing that there's knight f4 here, maybe g3, taking away this critical square. But again, El Bizarro might attack, and knight e1 could be annoying with queen d1. So it could be the strange case where neither g3 or h4 makes sense nor good. And that might mean that there's not much that Jeffrey could do, or at least get too ambitious. Or if he gets too ambitious, he might actually run into some trouble. Seeing this, I might even consider king h2. Just trying to run away from these potential ideas, or even this knight e1 tricks that I was showing you. All in all, though, I feel that this position should be around complicated / balanced. But before we go fun foresting, let's take a look at the Anand Fun Forest, and then we'll take a look at Brother Fun Forest, if that is okay with the chat. So the older Fun Forest, Jordan Fun Forest, actually, is he the older one? Yes, he's the older one. Jordan Fun Forest is the older one. In fact, what's funny, I actually did a video on the whole Fun Forest family. Called The Dutch Dynasty. Here's the link. I actually did this video. What's fascinating about the Fun Forests that even in the 1800s, late 1900s, the Fun Forests were Dutch champions. And I think mostly I focused on the grandfather Dirk there. Okay, so let's go back a little bit. So Anand is down a pawn, but has huge pressure on the positions. Bishop c3, knight b3. So Van Forest is trying to block this rook from entering. a5 takes a4. But after a5, it's going to be tough to hold the fort. Let's say king g2, then I have a4. And you must go knight c1, which is not the greatest square. Because if knight d2, I even have bishop d4. And you can't capture because your rook is hanging. Knight c1. Probably I could even have ideas such as bishop b2 or a3. I can't really take yet though because f takes e. Thank you for the sub, Kulexa. I can't take. But probably there's rook b2. As I'm taking away your e1 square, you can't support it. That way, and if you take again, rook e1 runs into either bishop c1. No, bishop c1 doesn't work, but bishop d4 does. This doesn't work because takes, and in the end, when you take, you get back ranked. But there's still bishop takes d4, and then you have some issues. So therefore, Van Forest, as he's been being very cautious this whole event, he went for bishop c1, takes, a4, bishop takes d4. Wonder if there's knight a4. Probably not, because then suddenly your knight would be trapped. Note that this is the classical a4 knight being trapped by the d4 bishop. Something you wouldn't want to have. And if rook d1 I just capture, and you straight run into the fork. So you straight run into this. Even if you go here, come on, rook. So bishop, you run straight into knight c3, checks and stuffs. So you wouldn't want to take, played knight e4, but now I think he's going to be in big trouble. If f5, I wonder if there's rook d1 though. So my plan would be f5 and to plan my knight and take the a2 pawn. Probably there's rook d1 counterattacking. Rook b4. Maybe there's this funny line of rook b4, bishop a3, hitting here, rook c4, king d3, king d3, then there's knight b6, but knight d6 now. Knight d6, then knight c3 check, king d3 takes, king e2. So knight c3 here. If you take, I take here. If you take, king e2. And the king does the business, then I take everything. So some crazy lines are going on here. But probably f5 is not going to be played. I don't think so. But it's definitely Anand who's pressing. And a big win would be doing him good, as he just won a game against Mr. Jeffrey Zhang. And that would be 2 out of 2. But as promised, let me take a look at the game played between the other Lucas. So it's not the qualifier, but where is the fun? Grandelius game. Okay. Let's track back a little bit. Whoa, it's craziness. So craziness starts around here. Bishop g4. Bishop g4. So the point is you can't take because the rook is hanging on d8. So you can see we're looking at Fun Forest games, and what's fascinating is that they like to play crazy chess. I'm not gonna lie. Firo drew. We're gonna take a look at just after this one. So you can't move the rook there because the e5 is hanging. And you wouldn't want to go back because then my d pawn starts running. So you go here, then I have d7. Well, if you take anything, I queen with check and take your rook. So f3 was played, saying, hey, go back with your bishop. But Fun Forest said, no, not gonna happen. I'm willing to run away with my king. So fg could have been an interesting idea. But probably the trouble is king e2. Because if you queen, I take, and then your rook is hanging. So this trick just doesn't work. And fe, I can just take on e5 with the knight, with still some threats and tricks on the d8 rook. The queen takes g2 was played by Grandelius, king e1. Grandelius, if you're not familiar with him, he is one of the seconds of Magnus Carlsen, also a strong player on his own regards. He's very strong. So queen g1 check, king d2. If bishop f4, I'm gonna run away this direction. Rook takes d6. Vavavoo. What? I guess I'm gonna capture. No? Why not? Knight takes d6. Ah, because there's queen f2. If you go here, it's mate. If here, it's checkmate. Oh, that's pretty. This is mate. You can't escape that. If you go here, takes, and it's checkmate again. So bishop d5 is mandatory. And now the king is running away. Also, this knight is needed for defense. So queen f2, king c1, the king is hiding. Bishop f4, check. Is there anything better? Doubt it. King b1, rook d7. Queen e2 is actually an idea here. If rook e1, I have queen d3 check and I start running my pawn. Don't think about taking because it's checkmate. Maybe queen e1. Yeah, was probably queen e1 is the move and then it's over. So rook d7, keeping the tension, and also this rook is pinned. Bishop f7, rook f7, queen c3, and this is our current position. Now, black has a strong f-pawn supported by the rook, but on the other hand, he has some issues with his king because there's no more rooks on the 8th rank. Also, the king is a little bit loose without that f-pawn. The left piece is hanging for like 15 moves. Exactly, G spades. So, what could be going on over here? Queen e2, I still have rook e1. you can't really sacrifice anything. Let's see. Let's say we go e5. We go e5, that kind of seems a little slow though. Maybe with the idea of e6. If e5, queen e2, I can go here. You cannot sacrifice your queen because it just doesn't do much. You can queen on f1, but then you lose that queen on e2. So that just is not achieving much. If I become, excuse me, greedy, I would kind of be scared of e6. If rook f5, now this actually becomes a huge problem. As my pawn is advancing, and this rook is setting up some deadly threats, apart from attacking on c7. So maybe it makes just some sense to go queen h4, preparing f2 and stopping with queen e6, and queen e4 and queen e6. So if e6, I can take. f2 is still incoming. And this looks fine for Grandelius. Let's say, what if knight e5? So the idea of knight e5 would be to exchange off this good defender, then I could enter with rook d8, and also might set up some ideas and trickies with my queen and knight. Queen e2, still rook e1. Is that the same thing? No. This time I can go here. Because if you go here, I can take on e5, takes and takes on c3. What's even more funny, I don't even have to take your queen. Let's say rook e1 takes. Here, I can go fe. And wherever you go, you can't pin me because you have to stop me from promoting. But if you go anywhere else, I'll check and promote. Check and promotion. So this is pretty cute. So for the moment, I feel that Grandelius is doing quite fine in this position. So I wouldn't think that this would be too bad for black, as he has so many tactical tricks on the white king and this f-pawn is kind of strong. But we shall see and come back to this one later. Let's go back to the other games at the Tata Steel. Let's take a look at Kovalyov's game. Ooh, craziness. And they have 3 moves to make time control. Also 32 seconds for Kovalyov. That is not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. So Anish is pressing up a pawn, but his extra pawns are being attacked. Now, if Kovalyov could get away from this corner, there'd be hope for a draw. Maybe rook g5 makes sense. So if you would take, I have check and knight d7, forking. Also, I'm trying to weave a mating net around this king. How could I do that? Possibly, if I could get my knight to f7, that would be an idea as well. What could black do? Let's go king h7, now threatening rook takes d5. Actually, it's still not threatening anything because I can check and then go knight e7. And now I can just start walking over to the other side. So maybe this is simple. King g4. You can never take. Your king is stuck. I guess maybe bishop a5 trying to get out of there. But then I can go here. King f3, king e4. And whenever you go here, I'll just go check and take the c7 pawn. And we have much more pawn than black would like it to be. Because if I could sack all of my pieces for your pawns, that would be drawn. So rook g5 was actually played, king h7, And in fact, I think the simplest way is just to walk up the board with your king and then start pestering the king. You can even think about some mating attacks with the knight, remaneuvering it to e7 and g6 later. But for now, I think the simplest plan is to walk up the king. This looks very much a winning position for Anish. Fun Forest drew. a5, exchange, knight c5, knight e4. And they exchanged everything, then in a draw. Let's check back with this game. So in fact, they exchanged off the queens. So Jeffrey was kind of afraid of the same things that I said. Knight f4 and knight e1 was very aggressive and annoying. So it's not that surprising that he played queen d6, trying to go against that weak pawn. Now you must exchange because you have to tend for both of those knights. Takes, knight c5, g4, and g6. Now on the other hand, these pawns are rather weak and there's a weakness on h3. So I think that this will be a little bit more annoying for Jeffrey to hold, because this pawn is defended and eventually black will chase this knight away, and then the c4 and e4 pawns will become extremely weak. Might even think of h5, even though that would give away that square. So I still kind of think that this is the best plan, or a timely knight d4. Problem for white is that you're still going to be waiting and looking for ideas how you could defend, but it's not that easy. Let's say I play king g2. Maybe I can go king g8. So I'm wondering if I can trap your bishop. Probably I can, because I have this typical idea of g5, and then the king comes here, and then the bishop is trapped. Note that my knight is taking away that escape square. Whenever your knight goes there, I'll start gobbling the e4 pawn, go to knight f4. I'll have attacks on your king, on your pawns. Probably this is just lost. So you can't take there. Maybe king f3. f3 is kind of double-edged, because then you permanently fix all your pawns on those squares, which you might not want to do. King f3, maybe even king f8, because I'll still have this g5 idea later. Okay, so king g2, knight e8 was played instead, attacking this pawn. Well, I have knight d7. Wait, so he says I'm gonna give up this pawn because I have f3. So knight e4, there's f3. And then you lose a very important pawn, which defended the e5 one. And that would probably lead to a draw. So knight e8, knight d7 is the one that I would predict. And I mean, this move is actually forcing this knight back, so that's a positive. Maybe he's going to try to repeat. Nah, maybe that's an interesting idea. Just try to repeat. You play b6, I still have knight c8, then I'll hit on that b6 pawn. If you go back, I'll go back myself. So that's a clever idea by him. Artemyev is suffering. Let's take a look at that one. Oh, so Artemyev actually lost. So let's go start from here. So white has already a huge lead in getting the c file, the only open file there is, which is kind of annoying. That pressure is rather annoying. Queen c2. This is kind of a double idea of kind of winking at the king side, also putting pressure on the a4 pawn. I'm putting pressure on that rook. Queen d8. This is kind of anticipating some attacks on the other side. Queen d1. And this is a clear sign that he's up to no good with knight g5 and g4. Knight g5. Rook d7 is a passive waiting move. And it's a problem. You can't open up the c file because that's owned by Daniil Dubov. But also you don't really have any active plans because f6 is a no-no because of knight takes e6 check. Rook a6, g4, queen h8, queen f3. Note that Dubov is not in a rush to open it up. He plays queen f3 saying, okay, what are you going to do about it? Rook b6, clever little plan. Now note you can't really take on d4 because queen f6 check and then rook c8. That's trouble deep. So rook b6, which is a clever idea, activating the rook. Gh now, queen h, queen f6, king g8, and rook a5. Look at that rook. You can't take because rook c8, rook h8, checkmate. Actually, it's not. You can't even get there because my knight is blocking those squares. Whoa, rook a5. Daniil Dubov. Queen g4, knight d8, rook a8. And there's nothing you can do against rook takes d8. Crazy. Well, let's see what Anish did. Rook g5, king h8. Probably this plan. I'm still looking for that one. This is drawn. This is drawn. We didn't look at this game, or at least the end. Bishop c7. And as we looked at this one, we weren't quite sure how to proceed here. Yeah, and this was my best idea as well, to try to exchange off pieces. Thank you for the follow, Unreal Furin. So to answer your question, G-Space, I don't think that Artemyev flagged, or maybe he flagged, but it doesn't matter, he was lost already. Knight b6 is coming, but it's nothing much, because it's an opposite colored bishop endgame. And even just with an extra passer, that's a draw. So Firouzja holds, and that's a big deal. And that means they're still tied for first with Vesely. That's quite a feat and quite an achievement. No, I don't think that Kovalyov lost. Kovalyov is still thinking and, still has 1 minute. So he did not flag. So I could go this way. Okay, let's make some moves. Can I go here? Can I set up a mating net? In fact, maybe I can. So here, check, check. King g6. Bishop d4. I can't because this bishop is defending. Or maybe, no, I can't because check. Here. I could go knight e7 actually. That's simply winning. But even rook f7, just showing you this nice little mating idea. I'm not just threatening rook f8 mate. So if you go rook d8, I can still go, let's say here, and checkmate. Now there's obviously a twin solution of mating this way. So you can mate with a rook and knight against rook, just the king needs to be cornered already. And that's one of those important things. So this is definitely a plan. Problem is that rook f5 is probably killing off all the fun, because you can't really stop me from attacking your rook. And I can take, because anytime you do that, in fact, you're lost. So it's dangerous. This is dangerous business, but I see no reason to do this. Probably just walking up is better. Also, that would be dangerous. Why give up extra pawns when you can stick to them? And note again, you can't take because I have knight e7 fork down. Morior Invictus asking, will Firo eventually be a worthy competitor with Magnus? Probably could be, but it's too early to tell. He's definitely going to be a top 10 player in the future. I see no doubt about it. Let's see if there's something going on. And he took the pawn. Okay. So he took the pawn. f3, knight g5. He's saying, okay, take the pawn, but I have a double attack on your pieces. I don't think I believe this for some reason. Probably king g2. So if knight f6, I see Vityugov's point. His point is, if you check me, I'll attack your knight, and I'm still attacking both of those pawns. Are you sure? Actually, I might go knight e8 and knight d6. King f8, knight d6, and I'm hitting this pawn. Why would you play this one? Why would you do this? If you take, I go king h2. I go king h2 if takes, and I take on b7. I do not think that this is of any danger for Jeffrey. In fact, he's the one who's pressing. And you can't really defend this guy on b7. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what's going on. Maybe king h8? But that king just doesn't look good there. I can just go king g2. And you just gave me a target. Might even go the same way and target the b7 or e5 pawns. Crazy. I don't know. This seems like something to try for Jung, Jeffrey Jung. And I don't know. This looks good. Looks good for Jeffrey. Anish is pressing, and let's take a look at the other games in the challengers, mostly the Grandelius one that we have been looking at. So we left it off at e5, saying that this is dangerous, but as we predicted, queen h4 is coming. And e6 is met by queen e4 and queen takes, queen d3, stopping this ideas, also kind of hoping to get an active queen in the future. Oh, and also blocking this square. Also, dear viewers, if you have any specific games that you want to see and watch from the challengers or the masters, do let me know in the chat. Also, if you're new, feel free to check out our Discord, and not just the Discord, but the Facebook page as well. So queen d3, the point is to cover that square and maybe hope for some active play in the future if this rook happens to move. f2, rook f1, which is blocking, queen h2, knight d6. This was plan number 2, hoping to bring the queen in. And as I mentioned, if the rook moves, I might have some nasty checks on the side and even threaten to win some pawns. So bishop takes d6 was played by Grandelius, e takes d6, and by the pawn count, Grandelius is ahead. But on the other hand, talking about king safety, the king on b1 is a little safer than the king on g8. So queen g2, trying to Make sure this queen is stuck defending here. If d7, that's the whole point of queen g2, then I can take. And whenever you take on d7, I'll take on f1. So king c2. Again, d7 is not a threat anymore, but it's still kind of annoying. So maybe black could try h5, but then maybe white could actually go for this and hope for a perpetual. Probably that's the reason Grandelius is thinking in this position. Queen d5 played. Just going for the endgame, which makes a lot of sense because you're up a pawn and you want to be sure that you're not losing it, which I think makes sense. So d7, rook takes, should be taken, or maybe here, and no, you can't really do that. So rook takes d7 will be played, rook f2, and this should be a trivial one because I have the passed pawns. One thing for sure, don't get too far ahead, but after you help nurse these pawns forward, it should be a trivial win because you can only create one passed pawn here, but for that pawn I'll sacrifice my rook at the worst case. So I would assume that after g5, king g7, and the pushing of the passed pawns, this should be a clear-cut win. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on. Let's look at this game. This looks fairly wild. So let's start from this position. White has a big attack by Anton Guijarro David, while Lami Erwin is defending. So gf. In fact, I would consider checks and bishop g6. Probably the issue is I have queen g8 and your queen is kind of stuck. Something that is no good. So gf was played. Still, this is a threat, but not as big as before. Bishop a2, bishop takes, queen takes, and boom! He goes all in. gf, queen g6, king f8, queen takes f6. So the idea is, one, white can always hold if he wants to. B, black has to deal with this double attack. It's a check, so you can't just block because the rook is hanging there, and that'd be a problem. So king e8 is probably the only move, which wouldn't normally be possible, but the e-file is blocked. I don't have queen e6 because that would be taboo due to queen takes e6. Then what is Anton Guijarro planning to do? Maybe he will go for repetition or try to win this pawn. If queen g6, I have queen f7 and I'm blocking all of your checks. But I'd assume queen e5 is a biggie. So let's say here, if king f8, I can even consider holding if I want to. But what if, so queen f5, queen f5, queen f7. So what I'm trying to do is, if let's say here, you can't really go back because I have queen b5 with check, and I will collect that knight. Let's say king f8. Here I get this nasty long check, and I'm losing because I'm down a knight. That would be bad. But let's see what happens if I play check. You go here. If you go back, I take. But again, there's queen f7. So we don't want that. Queen f7 and everything's defended. King e8. Here, okay, so I just want to take a look what happens if I just take this pawn. Because note that knight is kind of in the corner and is a little bit loose. Queen g8 check is probably just a check. I can go king f2. Nothing special. Could take, but then the problem with these moves is that you not only leave your knight undefended, but your rook is undefended as well. What's the pawn count, I wonder? Probably knight b6, but I already have 3 pawns. I'll be back in a sec. So I already have 3 pawns here, which should compensate. But probably even here knight b6 might be pretty good. Probably knight b6, and I'm not sure if there's anything more than a draw here. Because I have 3 pawns, that's true, but my rooks are a little bit too passive to hope for anything more than a draw. Hey, Someday, how's it going? So, this looks fairly evenish to me. Alright. So, Shiaksu, yo. So guys, which games would you like to take a look at? Oh, you said qualifiers. Let's see. If hopefully it's not too weak. It's pretty weak. But there's a king in the center. And let's see what's happening here. But sadly, even though it's a king in the center, it's not the happy kind of king in the center. Sadly, this bishop is defending everything. Let's see, is there rook takes f6? But unfortunately, that doesn't work because of simple queen d3 check and queen d5. Yeah, so this looks like fun, but the problem is that there's queen d3. And let's back up if there was hope here. Check here, queen b2. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no queen d, nothing you can do about queen d2, and this bishop is defending everything. Okay, let's back up a little bit more. Queen a1 check. So why not king c2? I'm wondering. King c2, queen a4 check. I can go back and forth, repeat. That makes sense. King d2, king e1. Again, there'll be bishop f e4 stuff. So probably the best is equal. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to the Masters, where we belong. Draws, draws. And let's look at the Kovalyov game. Actually, he played these checks, but I think that was a big mistake. Why would you let the king out? Why would you do that? Just walk your king up. So maybe this is not going to be that good anymore. They reached time control. Also, I think there are legitimate problems that Black will be able to solve. Probably he's hoping for a5, but a5 doesn't work right now because bishop d4. If you take knight e4 check, that's not working. Maybe he was hoping that there's a5 winning, but a5 is not winning here. Hello, Pekingall. How's it going? So a5 is not working. Rook e5 maybe? Even that, I doubt. Because we are exchanging a lot of pieces. But let's take a look. If you check, I'll go king g4. If you take, I have a check and I take the bishop. a5 is a big threat. Even taking, I'm not sure if this is just that clear. King f5, e6. But okay, let's give the benefit of doubt that it works. Even here, I can go a5, and it's very tough to get through this. Is it? Maybe I can still go rook e6 and d6. So probably rook e5. On hindsight, maybe rook e5 is the best chance that he has. It's okay to be excited, Pekingall. You're going to Gibraltar. That's great. I hope you'll have a fun tournament there. So rook e5, yeah. Okay, so takes. e6, e7 is coming, so I really don't want to run into this one. But I might have to. There. So here, e6, bishop c5. Black might be planning to hold this one because I will have a c-pawn that you'll have to take care of. Also, your king is a million miles away from the a-pawn. Look, that's a million miles. Right there, a million miles. And you haven't even won my a6 pawn. I'd assume that this should be pretty drawish. So rook e8, and this seems more like even than anything else. I don't think that there's much going on here. So let's look at some games in the challengers, shall we? Broadcasts, challengers. Some interesting. Let's look at this prodigy game of Smirnov and Mamedov. Check. And rook h1 is kind of an issue. On the other hand, white would be ready to push his pawns. What comes to mind is rook d2, but probably rook f2 is the safest, because if I go here, you can check me and go rook g4. And if you go here, we get the same position again. And now this is nasty. So probably what makes sense is rook f2, defending all of these and then start pushing your pawn. Do you think Firouzja is going to be a world champion? I wouldn't go that far as becoming a world champion. He definitely is going to be someone of a big top 10 player. He's going to definitely be a top 10 player. World champion, there's so many good players who yet to become world champions. So calling him world champion that early, I wouldn't say so. But is he top 10 material? Yes, definitely. So probably rook f2. This just looks good. And that's it. Alright, so I'm just going to wrap up the broadcast part of this stream. And to take a last look, Kovalyov did face rook e5. And I think it's 50-50. Probably Geary shouldn't win this, but he's still pressing because he's up a pawn. Carlsen drew in a fairly simple game. Van Forest drew, so he's keeping his form. Vasily drew. Firouzja drew, and he's still in the lead. One of the last games that was still going on was the Jeffrey Vityugov, and that also ended in a draw. So, all that said, this is probably the prettiest game. So, let's end the broadcast section with this one. So, Queen c3. This is the classical Alekhine's gun that Dubov set up. Probably the biggest win of this round. Thank you, for following. Black can't move. a4, knight e1, knight f3. This is typical troll Dubov play. He's just saying you can't make any moves, and you're just going to wait till I win. So queen d7, king g2, rook c7, queen c2. And I really like this move. White is winking towards the king side, but still putting pressure on the queen side still. Queen d8, queen d1. But this was already clear intention of getting the knight to g5. And now it's clear that Dubov is going for the g4 break. Rook a6. This was also a clever idea, but it's just too late. g4, queen h8. And now white goes and takes the f6 square. Rook b6. Takes, queen f6. And rook a5 is glorious. You can't take it because rook c8 and you're going to get mated. And other than that, queen g4, king f1. Checks are gone. You can't check because that's blocked. Knight d8. And after rook a8, it's over because you're mated on the board. Knight a7, I would just capture your knight. So there's not much you can do here. It's just bad. Probably, but I think I don't think he actually wanted to play knight e1. It more or less was a troll move by Dubov, which is not a stranger from him. So, saying that, this is the end part of the broadcast. And we're not ending. Apron chess, we're not ending. We're just getting ready to a different mood. So definitely, I felt that Firouzja impressed. Dubov, this was a big win by Dubov. Have to say that. And in fact, I feel that he will be in contention for first place. And what's most exciting is when or how is he going to fare against Carlsen. So what do you guys think? Is that going to happen? Is he going to do well against Carlsen in this tournament? And you remember the story. There's still some little bit of grudge going on. I'm kind of certain of that. So, if you don't know, but I mean, probably you do, Firouzja had a chance to win in the Blitz game that he played against Carlsen, but he flagged. There were many in between moments that happened. Firouzja was a little nervous and fidgeted with pieces and even dropped some of them. And you could also feel that Carlsen was nervous as well, as he kind of blurted out some Norwegian during that match. That was kind of interesting. And I felt that was kind of strange. But this time it's going to be another matchup between them. So even though this Carlsen Caruana game wasn't living up to the hype that it could and should have given, I do have to say that I think there's a hype. I would be hyped for this game between Firouzja and Carlsen. But what do you guys think, chat? Apron Chess says, tough one, how does Firouzja compare at 16 years old to when Carlsen was that age? I think he's kind of matching all the big names right now. He's 16, 17 he's going to be 27, 60 very soon, and that means he's top 10 level around age 18, 19. That is fantastic. And I think it doesn't really make any sense to compare those two. Beckingham, he has no coach. I don't know if that's true. Also, he's basically sparring with the best of the best online. So whenever people say no coach, that's kind of exaggerated. Because A, you have a computer coach that people didn't have in the 90s or the 80s. B, they get to play players you couldn't play in the past. You couldn't play Nakamura. You couldn't play 2,700 players in general. You couldn't do that. That wasn't an option. That wasn't something you could do. Imagine playing Tal, right? So he got the chances to play all these big names. Now also don't forget, that was the same situation with Carlsen. Carlsen also got to spare with all these great players. He also got to spare with Morzevic and many of these great players on many of these online platforms, ICC, and I think even played chess. I think Lichess wasn't around at that time yet. So whenever they say that, oh, they didn't get the chance, that is not quite fair. They did get the chance. Let's continue with this conversation and move on and do simuls. Let me edit. Actually, I could set it up. So we're going to try to make it educational. So I'll try to make it standard. Educational GM simul. Here's the link. So I feel that in general, he's doing great. Firouzja is doing great. He will be a top 10 player and he shouldn't really focus on anything else. He should definitely try and just get to top 10. He shouldn't try to overshoot because if you overshoot, that can lead to bad things. And I think Carlsen did brilliantly when he decided just to avoid that. So when he decided to avoid that, that was just great. Um, he said, I'm not going to go crazy on this thing. I'm just doing what I'm doing. I'm not even going to challenge for the title yet. Oh, you got to pick up your daughter. Well, maybe when you come back. So, so whatever I'm saying here is the following. I think he's going to make it. Is he going to become a world champion? Not yet, and I think it's too early. Probably that was the problem with Wei Yi, because Wei Yi was they were pressing Wei Yi too hard, and I don't think that he was ready to go for more than being a top 10 player when he should have aimed for that one. So I feel that's kind of the deal over there. Not sure if Firouzja is as tough psychologically as Carlsen, but then again, not sure who is. Have you seen Carlsen? I don't know what you mean by being. Oh, not the one that I wanted. Misclicked, but that's not a problem. Um, so I think he's not as strong mentally as you think he is. He is under a lot of pressure. Hey, Triple H, thank you for coming by. Carlos Vera. All right. Throat. Cosmic Bat. Aiden. All right, three more spots. Three more spots to go. How do you know that as a chess player you're mentally strong enough? That's a difficult question. I wouldn't say that you know, you're not necessarily strong enough. Like you just keep trying and pushing your limits. That's what chess is. You can't really say that, oh, I'm mentally strong enough or not. Um, so I think Carlsen had some issues maybe in his early career being maybe too nervous, but he's not nervous anymore. So that's kind of the deal. Hello. Hello there. All right. Talongel Tokyo. Dr. Kitty. What a name. What a name. What a name. And let's have Elvira Ramirez. All right, let's go. All right, also, if you have any openings you would like me to try out, do let me know. Let's go e4, d4. So development is always very important. So that's why I always get my knight out to f3. c5. Yeah, you mean in the English attack, Shiatsu? Sure. Okay, c6. Just some good old action. Bishop g5. Knight f3, the most principled way of playing. Let's go c4. c4. And this is kind of an interesting way of playing. I think it's basically the Banco reversed. Just black didn't get the chance to play c5 because he's black. Your opponent offers a draw. No. Bishop f5. Let's take a look at h4. And bishop b5. I know any people play bishop c4 and d4, but bishop b5 is still the king of the game. And why not play the best of the best? Elvira Rosita Ramirez. Hola. So you can take, I'm going to go d4, e5, and let's just develop normally. Okay. Bishop g5, e6. This again doesn't really mix. Because if you want to go knight c6, they usually should be, aimed at attacking that d4 ga. If you can't attack that d4 ga, then it's not good to have that there. d5. So I will be aiming to get good old structures that you're so used to, meaning the Panov. e6, e3. Now, that's the reason why white, or even if you're black, you're trying to develop the bishop out early so it won't get locked in on c1. Bishop f5, that's the same point, but here this pawn can be a little weak. Wow, everybody's doing the same deal. Strange. a6, bishop a4, always keep the pin. Queen b3, let's just go knight c3 instead. b6. This feels like an idea, but that's not too principled. Let's be principled. Knight c3. So even though I gave up these pawns, I will get active play in place because all those squares are open for my pieces. Bishop b4, knight c3. Let's play b4. Aggressive. Knight c3, e5, c6. I'll go g3, just playing it Catalan style. Knight d2. Your opponent offers you a draw. Let's play. So now this bishop is kind of trapped. I'm going to use that to my advantage. Go knight h4. He takes. Knight f6, and let's castle. That's the main line. e6, e3. Knight d2. Castles. Let's play queen c2. Knight f3. So the point is, I'm trying to put a lot of pressure on the d5 square so I'll be able to push on my d-pawn deep into my opponent's position. But before I could do that, I need to get my guys out. Knight f6, I'll go d4, getting the center and probably going to harass that queen on a5. What the heck is going on with these draw offers? So I'll go bishop c4, knight d7. Now, usually you don't want to take away from the center. Therefore, black should have played either bishop g6, bishop g4, or bishop e4, provoking some weaknesses. The problem with knight d7 is I can take and this pawn will become relatively weak. Bishop g4, hush, go away bishop. Knight c6. Okay, I'll go knight c3. Bishop d2. d5. So d5 usually is not that logical, and you would want to leave it open for your bishop. On the other hand, it does take away an important square on e4. I'm going to challenge this pawn. Knight takes. Now d takes would lead to a boring game with an ending where it's roughly equal. But in the spirit of this opening, you want to take with the b pawn and therefore supporting the now not isolated d pawn. Castles, bishop d3, so it looks and stares at the king. Bishop d6, bishop g3, bishop d3, c5. Interesting. Let's just keep the tension. I'm gonna take. So my bishop has real targets on b7 and d5 respectively. c5. Trying to exchange on d4, giving me isolated pawn in the future. Let's say e takes, d takes, and dc. But I don't want any of that. So I'm going to take on c5 instead. Knight takes d4. Knight f6. Nope, it's not 56 games. Believe it or not. So I'm going to go c4, challenge the center. bc. And so now, look, I develop my bishops. I have a central control. In fact, I'll be happy that black will have some weaknesses. Therefore, I'm going to castle now as my job is done in the center. Bishop d6. That is not where the bishop belongs to. It should be on e7 or c5. Here, it would make sense if I take, because it would be a good defender. Now I have d4 and it runs into e5 ideas. Bishop g2. Here's f3 for you, Shiatsu. Knight d7. Connect my rooks. g6. Here's your g4. Castles. Knight b6, defending that pawn. On the other hand, this just merely covers this guy. It's not really defending it though. Could go here, put pressure, or I could try to destabilize that pony. And probably that's the one I'm going to do, hoping to see and get close to that b pawn. Black is yet to castle. I'm not impressed yet, so I want to try this. This looks like a good idea here. Bishop g7. So I remember Shiatsu also wanted me to play h4. c6. Let's ask where that bishop is going. So naturally I wouldn't put my rook here because there's a pawn there, there's nothing to look at. So naturally I would go and place my rooks on lines that is going to open in the future and a line that is already half open. I'm going to go rook d1. Knight c6. I'm going to take b5, bishop b3, aiming at the f7 pawn, g6. So g6, bishop g7, castle, that's two moves till castling. So it'll take some time to get there. I could stop it in two ways. I could play knight g5 or queen b3. Here or here. But I'm going to go queen b3. Because knight g5, that knight will be a little loose over there. Or should I change my mind? Should I change my mind? I think I'm going to change my mind. Change my mind. Let's go knight g5. Knight c6. Bishop e3. Bishop e3, that could be a little risky. Would it be? I'll go knight b3 because I don't trust the tactics over there. Now, black is giving me the chance to get the whole center, and I would be crazy not to. He takes, go e5, and I'll go bishop g5, pinning this guy. c3. So just saying, this is mostly an English chat, so we definitely prefer English, so everyone could understand you. So, knight e4. Now I'm going to follow up with my plan. And queen c7 is not bad, but it just runs into my rook. I'm going to put my rook there anyways. So it is not necessarily a good square. So probably b6 is better. There. Now I'm going to give up my bishop for the center. There, bishop d3. Now I'm going to go c takes and give black a hanging pawns. And I know it might seem strange, but in fact, that gives a very good play for me as white. Okay, knight e2. To play against those pawns. Knight e5. Stopping me. How dare ya? How dare ya? I could go... The problem is that this is not only defending the f7 square, it's also hitting my bishop. El Rosador, hello there. Hello, Melfi. I'm gonna go queen e2. a5. I can't really let this pawn run down the board, so I'm gonna go a4. And now this is the thing that I wanted to talk about. These are hanging pawns. Usually you're taught to have a big center. And I feel that in general, these pawns are very, very strong / weak. It's not something that you would like to have. Because they're easily becoming targets. Now I have one pin, but one pin doesn't win you enough. Again, make it 2. Knight c3, knight f3, bishop f5, and now I'm going to try to break it open, as black is lacking in development. We have equal amounts, but my bishop is ready to strike on this side of the board. In fact, if I think about it, maybe I shouldn't even start with e3. Maybe I could start with bishop b2 instead. Rook c8, that's attack. Bishop b5, c5, c3. Rook e8. Now note that I have all these nasty pins. It doesn't win by in itself, but is a good start. This queen is not doing that much. So I'm going to bring it closer and putting pressure on these guys. Rook e1. If in doubt, put your rook on open files. F3, e5, d3, bishop to g7. Okay. Bishop g7 is a good move. Yeah, not thrilled. Gonna go give this check. Knight c3, h3. Queen b6. It's a little annoying. I think I'm gonna drive this bishop away. Knight c3, bishop d7, and I'm gonna go d4. Just kick that knight from that good square. Activate my bishop is an idea. Could go h4. Let's go h4. The idea is to inconvenience that bishop. And then either I have knight f4 hitting on that bishop, or I can just continue with that same plan, but with a weakened structure for black. h6. We always keep the tension. Knight f3. There. I'm gonna go queen a6. Bishop f8. So that's not a happy bishop. So now I'm gonna plunk a bishop on b5. Bishop d3. bc. a3. Eli Levy, how many games at once? 21. Also, here's the link. Oh, that's not the link. That is by far not the link. But that would be an older one. So probably not working. That one is not. So let's go bishop d3. And I was thinking knight f4 or bishop f4. Let's go knight f4. That's the brave and good move. Brave is usually good, unless it's not. But still should work. So now I have queen a4 check. And because black neglected the idea of castling, I will be putting a lot of pressure on these pawns apart from the king. Knight c6. Just closing it off. And let's just castle. Castling is important. c4. That is annoying. I'll have to take. Castles. Now I'll get my bishop to a3. Note that I have pressure on the knight and the e7 square. And pawn, knight e5. Let's just go queen e2. Knight d5, queen d4. d5, e5. So you want to use the fact that you have a battery. Whenever you set it up, make sure you go e4, e5, or attack. It needs extra space to actually work really well. King e7. Now that's not a happy king. Can go queen b5, double attacking those guys, which I'll do. Knight takes d7. I'll take on e7. So what's deadly is black is trying to play knight b8, which would funnily trap my queen, because there's no escape. But my bishop to the rescue, and I'll have an a3 square to run away to. Knight b8 is kind of brutal, actually. I'm taking on e7. I'll take with the queen. So I have bishop f4 ideas. e6. Now I'll develop myself. d3. Now usually this would be annoying, but black is so much behind in development that this is not a big deal. Or it shouldn't be. Let's say it shouldn't be. Not that it isn't. I'm going to develop knight e4, and this makes sense, but without b6, bishop b7. Now I can castle, and I still have lots of play on the position. Castle. Rook takes e7. And now the danger is over for my lady, but I still prefer to have it closer. f6 in the opening is never a good idea, because that weakens this long diagonal. There'll be some nasty things over there, so that's never a good idea in these types of positions. I'm going to take. I'm going to get my bishop out. Queen c2, pressing on this diagonal. Bishop f6, it's defending. On the other hand, this bishop is the gem of your position. So you don't want it around. You want it tucked away. Now I have knight e4 hitting it with a tempi. Queen c7. And now I'm going to just put this bishop there so it can do some damage in the future. Knight f3, just developing, bc. Knight f6, defending against this threat. And now you'll see why the so-called hanging pawns are a little bit dubious. Because once you move it and it's fixed, I have this wonderful square on d4, apart from the idea of just undermining this c4 pawn. And I'm just going to do that. See? Now I'll have bishop f4 as an idea in the future. But first, let's double. Because doubling, I heard, is a good thing. a6 takes. Queen e2 is an idea, or maybe I could try g5. g5 takes, takes. And that's a nasty counter tactic. So no thank you. No thank you. Bishop b5. So why not just put a pony in the center, and you still can. h4, a la Anand, as he did against Jeffrey. just getting the rook into the game, also taking away the g5 square. bc, and yes, I gave up the bishop, but that means that black will have plenty of targets on the king side. So I'll go queen c2. Knight d7, c4, c3, and this here is not too good because that bishop was hanging. Rook e8, an offer of giving me that bishop. Well, who am I to refuse that? Takes, I'll take that lady. And now I just need to tread carefully not to run into some nasty little ideas. Let's just play queen d2 then. Queen d2 or queen d3. Queen d2 is better. Is it? Is it better? Let's play queen d3. Queen takes d3. Knight takes e6. Castle. Let's castle. Let's put that king into safety. And now I'm going to take and go for this structure. Or should I? That'd be maybe a bit too early. So let's just move it to c4 first. There. And I can take that pawn. Knight c3. dc. e5. The problem with e5 is, though, that this f6 guy is hanging. Knight e2. I'm going to prepare to run with f4, f5. So I'm going to place my knight on e2 instead of the usual way of playing. Queen g4. e4, as expected. I'm going to have to sag back because I'm forked, but that's not a problem. Take with the knight or the bishop, but I feel that my knight will be more useful, so I'm going to give the bishop instead. Again, we'll have these hanging pawn structures. I'm going to go knight a4. Just pinpoint that those are just some loose pieces. e4. Bishop d6. Sack. Bishop f5. So I'm going to go queen f3, trying to get closer to those pawns. f6, c5. I'm trying to open up that diagonal. Castles. Now, this queen is a little bit too passive, so I can start hunting for pawns. Queen f4. Knight f6 is not too successful because I have this check. Castles. Bishop e7. Castle. Bishop e6 is an idea I could take with the queen as well. Could also try for g5. g5. Queen e6. I might have queen c8 ideas. Let's take here. cd. Castle is always pretty dangerous. Now let's see how we can try to punish that. Let's go rook h3. Let's attack. Attacking is always an idea. Bishop takes. I have a choice. And it always depends. You take with the a-pawn if it's an endgame because this is a target. But this is not an endgame, so it's not such a great idea here. So what is left is takes with the knight or the queen. I think knight takes is better. A5. Not that scared of that move. In fact, I'm gonna go knight d4. Even hoping to get my knight on e6. e5, de. And I think I'm winning, because check here, takes, check. Actually, I can just go back and mate. King d6, rook e6 is a nice checkmate though. Check. So now white is better because I have the bigger center. But first I need to smoke out this guy on e4. Queen c7. Hoping to do something dirty on this side of the board. I'm gonna just develop casually. But if I do, then there's c takes. That's not good. I'm gonna just defend my guys. Rook c8. Having some tactical tricks on me. I have to oblige and move away. I'll move away with bishop d5. Fe. To just take that pawn. Queen c4. Now I'm not too scared of the endgame in no reason because all of these guys in some tactical idea. So I think this should be strong. Knight takes c3. I could consider taking on f5 first. And in fact, I will. Rook takes. If I go g5, you can't take because the f6 is hanging. You move the knight to d7, then f4, and then your rook, either your knight or your rook gets it. G. Bishop b4, block that check. Now I'll go bc. g6, knight c3. f5. If I take, actually, I help black stabilize. I'm just gonna smoke this guy out. Takes, knight takes c3. And now I have f4. Queen b3 is the idea to put pressure there. Take. Bishop d2. I have bishop d2 hitting the queen. Knight f5. So I'm going to get ready to start rolling there. Oh, I have that extra rook. I'll take it. I'll take that. Queen e7. Now this knight is lacking space. I'm going to go and play a3. Rook. First off, I should start thinking of castling myself. So I play bishop e2, bishop g5, bishop d2. Knight c6. Okay. Now I get to put my bishop on this long diagonal, which is good. e6. I can go e4, break it open and use this pin. Bishop c4. Bishop g6, and now I plunk that knight on e6. And look at that knight lording over the whole place. It's kind of powerful. Hey, Alberto Romero. So this one is a close one, but I'm planning to do other ones as well. So fret not, it's going to happen. In d3. Check. Now I can move this knight or block it. Let's block it. d3. And my plan is to roll with f4, f5, but for that I have to get rid of the f5 guy. I'm gonna castle. Now I can take. In fact, here black could have played bishop b4, but then the c6 is falling. Let's take with the queen. Queen b6, hitting my queen while my knight is still under attack. So first off, I think I'm going to double up with check. And now I'm going to go ahead and attack. King c8. I'm only one move away from castling. Therefore, I shall play an aggressive move first. Knight c6. But now I have this square for my knight. f4, g6. Now, this is a close position, which usually favors the knights. So, the plan should be somehow activating my fellow pieces. If I could. That would be good. If I could do it, I surely would. The question is how. If I could activate this one, that would be great news. So, let's go g4. King e7. Now, this king is awful in there. Probably f8 would have been better. Now, if I start taking stuff, then the advantage I have would dwindle. So probably I want to keep the queen on the board. Therefore, I'm going to chase that queen away from b6. Queen e1. Knight c5. I'm going to go queen c2. f5, very good defensive idea. I don't think I can take it. I'm going to go queen f4. Queen d4. ef, I'll take. Queen d7. Bishop g4 is annoying, so I'm going to defend against that one. Knight e4. Knight e4. Queen d7. So now I just have to decide how I want my pieces to get into some action. g3 actually makes a lot of sense, which I can support my knight on e6 in the future. Knight e4, and now I castle. Knight d4. It's time to attack. Queen c7. Now, I have many checks that could be very annoying for black here. Question which one I should choose. I think queen a3 is better because then there's no such ideas as knight takes b4. Knight f6. Still, black can't castle because I'm going to play bishop b4. Bishop takes, knight takes. Bishop h5. And now I'll just jump to d5. That actually doesn't do good. Let's sack. You're here for sacrifices. Rook d8. I have knight e5 pinning both of those guys, and that's why you need to castle. Look at the difference between these two kings. My king is safe, and this one's not. I'm already having mating threats. Castles. Let's go Greek attacking. Greek gift it is. That's what we're looking for. King d7. King d8 would have been better not walking into this pin. I can go bishop a5. My plan was bishop g5 here. Maybe I could even consider knight d5. because this bishop needs extra care and love, which one is stronger? I think knight d5. Yeah, knight d5 is stronger. The point being, if you take, I'll take here. And I have lots of pressure on these guys. Queen here. Takes. Now I have knight b6 ideas as well. Let's just castle first. Safety first. Bishop f5. Then again, I can go back. I go back. No, never go back. b5. Nav g4. And I can finally get rid of that annoying bishop. f4. Huh. Let's first off prepare the push of the e-pawn. Should be 6, I'll take. I have this very pretty mating idea, bc, and you're getting backrank mated in a different way. Should d7. I'm gonna go knight f3. Actually, first off, let's be aggressive on the other side of the board. So knight g5, queen h4 is the plan. Bishop g2. And queen b3, and there's no way of stopping of this checkmate on queen b4. Hey Bin, how's it going? Hey MSU, how's it going? Let's go. It's not too late. This is just the first simul. Queen b3. Rook c8. Now I'm gonna go knight c5. Knight c5, then castle's possible. So I don't want castles to be possible. I'm gonna go knight e5. e4. Good game. And now h4, the plan being h5. And this runs into Forktown. But there's knight e5. Let's just move my king away then. b6. Knight e5 check. Knight e2, I'll hide. g6. I'm gonna plant this pony on e5, which it just does look great. Now d5 actually works. King h8. Okay. Yeah. Question how I can continue with the attack. But first off, maybe I should develop. Knight e2 runs into c4, so I have to go knight f3. Queen takes, I have knight e5 check. e. Still not working, you say? Because there's tricks over there. I'll go queen e4. Rook, knight takes. And I'll go rook takes. Because I still have this plan. Still have pressure on the f6 square. c6. But even though this blocks my bishop, it kills this knight on b8. Which is the bigger problem. Excuse me. I'm gonna just, if I go b5, I actually might be destroying my own idea. Let's just play e4. e4 then some other problems. Still b5. Rook c4. Wow. Okay, now I got to take. Let's go e6, get my rook in the game. AF. Bishop a3, just keeping my pieces coordinated. Rook d1. Knight c3. Rook e8. Now I'm going to jump on these pawns. Knight b8, interesting, but feels a little bit too timid. For some reason, it just feels a bit too timid. Let's be aggressive with c4. cd. Hmm. Well, let's attack. g5. Now I'm going to activate my rook. c4. g6. Interesting. I'll get my rook on the open file. Now c4 trapping the knight. Rook a4. I'll activate my bishop. Yeah, El Rosador, I am going to do another one after this one. Rook h8. But then you have issues on that square. So, see, queen e4 check, knight f7. Wait, is that marking? Ah, check, takes, mate on f5. Okay. Takes, and I'm gonna gamble it. Knight takes, but I have queen h5 check. I'm gonna take on d7. Knight d7, but this runs into some nasty ideas, such as knight takes f7. Maybe it wasn't the most precise. Maybe. You can go knight a4 and I have knight b6 plans. Bishop takes d5. Yeah, bishop d5 is strong. Bishop d4, let's activate that bishop. c6. Now I get to put my rook on e5 as I wanted it to. As I wanted to, that is. I'm going to take that pawn. Knight c3. GG. Elvira Rosita Ramirez. Rook e6. d8. a6. Now I'm going to go a3, b4, even b5. Still kind of waiting. Knight c6. That's annoying. That is muy annoying. Okay, 8. Takes. Takes. There, now I'm going to take. It's going to mate on e7. Rook e2. Let's push him. Let's push that pawn. King h7. Go queen g3. GG. But h5 is better. There. Check. Bishop f6. Double. When in doubt, double. King g6. Hmm. 97. Let's attack. Let's attack. de2. Now I have knight b6, fork down. Queen to b3, putting pressure on that guy on b7. How many languages do I speak? All of them? Probably all of them. Knight a6. And that's probably not a positive development. It feels a little slow as well. So, still, it's not that easy to break through here. But, all that said, let's go. h6. Point is, I'm going to either take or play g5, and rooks don't matter that much in that position. Let's go b4. Hinting b5, but it's not the end. Not the end of the world. Still some other things looming as well. So queen e7. Well, chat. You know what I mean. You know what's coming. You know what's coming. Boom. King takes g6. Huh. Okay. I see. I see. Let's just get the attackers in line. Now, rook e7, queen h5, g5 is a coming. King h7. Question is, takes, or g5, take. Yeah, this is tense stuff. Okay, I think I'm gonna go g5, aiming for that way of playing. And this king is almost trapped. Not quite. I'm still gonna take that pawn, because why not? Queen here. Check. First off, let's play to our advantages and activate my extra pawn, b4. Question, how can I move forward? Hmm. How could I? So there could be some breaks here that could be near mate, but I have to make sure it is. So h4. Let me stop that pawn. I can't stop it, can I? I can't stop that pawn, but okay, I can do this. Let's take that guy. Rook e8. Now this check is a little stronger. Or g6, I got to take. Activate the bishop. Now I can take again. b5. Let's go 92. You've got 200 channel for this with a lollipop. See, that's something. That is something. Here, now I have check, and then my rook says hi. Knight c6, and my knight will keep crawling back to the game. Player, I'm gonna go here, takes, and then push this guy. Queen d8. I have a strong move over here. That would finish. I probably know. Knight g5 is the best I have. Now let's exchange off this annoying bishop already. Yeah, let's do that. f5, and I have g5, and rook h6 is checkmate. There, I'll take. Let's go queen b4. Knight d4, I'll take. And then rook c1, rook c8 is gonna win. Now I have this knight headed toward that square. Rook c1, rook c8 is mate. Take. And if you go elsewhere, I take there, and there's mate. g5. It's not mate yet. I mean, I'm not sad about it, but could be better. b6. Activate my lady. As best as I could. Queen b2. That is nice, but my king is a warrior. And I'm gonna take on e2. Queen e8. Yeah. Not happy about that one much. I can start maneuvering my knight, and I like that idea. g4. I can go bishop d5. Queen f7 is coming. There, I'll check. I'll take. Okay, let's try to checkmate. Takes. Checkmating coming. Hey Z, how's it going? Alrighty, bishop e4 check. Rook c8. That's not a fair way to treat a friend. Why are you trying to kick my lady? Ah, these people. These people. Alright, I'll go. I'll go. King h5. That's not a fair way to treat a person. Okay. Check. I have that d6 square for myself. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna hide my king. f5. This looks like mate. Why not mate? Here it is. Here's the mate. El Piso, you played pretty well, but your sense of danger let you down. Talon I mean, El Piso, that is. By all means, I felt that how do you get feedback from you, Shakova asks. So usually I send, mental waves, but occasionally I talk. You did well. On the other hand, you really have to, be a little bit circumspect with your king. Because I felt that your knight e5 maneuvers were a little bit iffy. Knight e5 was a good move, but I think you need to play g6, bishop g7 earlier. Rook g7. Let's activate the lady. Rook b8. Let's take. The stream is awesome. Really good to learn. This is Nofi. Thank you. Glad you like it. Yeah, earlier Kingside Fianchetto and the open caro. Yes, Prodigal El Pisa. Takes. I'm gonna go attack. Attack. Shakoa, you started 4 months ago and you're really getting into it. That's awesome. Bin LMO Danish won't let me play the rider against him, but he played it a few times in a Gambit stream and he won. See? See? I'm listening. I'm listening. Queen e7. Bit annoying. I guess I got to pack my knight back there. Got to? I have to. I don't have to, do I? Do I need to? Got to. Let's go queen f6. Again, should try to double my guys. I have bishop f7. Mate is nigh. Yeah, don't play the England. Whoever thought you guys the England? No, England is no. No to the England. Someday you'll grow up and be serious in your life, adult life. What is the best opening? I know which opening is the worst. We just mentioned it. What's the best? Probably the Najdorf is pretty strong. Najdorf is strong. Slav is strong. Those two openings are very good. Takes, I take. I'm going to San Francisco. Rook takes h7, but I just don't feel so down. Are you going to San Francisco? I'll give a check and I'll give mate on g5. No, the Caro-Kann is good. It's good as well. h5. Let's get closer. I have g3 and then that pawn is falling. Talking about positives. There. Okay. And let's just take that pawn. Why not? Firouzja is playing amazing chess, and everyone who's just joining. He's been doing great. King g7. I shall ask where that king is going. King is running, but then I push my pawns. In fact, I'm going to push this one closer to the king. g7. Check. Now I'll get my knight over that square, and that'd be good. Good stuff. Thank you for the follow. Alessia Santaremo, thank you for the follow. There, e6. Let's get ready for the mating attack. check. And now we're going for mate. He's gonna play h4, h3. No, Z Nation, that means I'm winning. Or what am I? I don't know if I'm helping my own argument here. I hope I do, though. Being there. I shouldn't have sacrificed. Layer. She'll take on f7 then. Yeah, I can. I can, but the question if I should. Let's take with the other direction. 5. Omid, hey, good morning. 4. How's it going, Omid? Good to see you. What are the best tips you can give someone who knows the basics but isn't advanced? So tactics. It's very important. It's a nice positional sacrifice. Tactics. Just do tactics after tactics. And, it's not enough just to do tactics. You got to play sharply as well. Because you will never get the positions that you're practicing for. And that's a big thing. It's a big deal. You've got to keep that in mind. There. G8. Oh god, that was terrible. That was terrible. Moving on. That was horrible. Speaking of Hugh Jackman, yes, exactly. After that blunder, I only want to speak about Hugh Jackman. Has anyone seen The Fountain? I think I have not. But a fan of Hugh Jackman, though. What was about that of tactics? You've got to do tactics. That's my point. And tactics. Yay. Now it's mate. GG. So you're saying the youngest US GM says positional play. I was amazed to see him analyzing games. He's not really into tactics, and I see here that most of your vision are positional for the games with more advanced players. I mean, positional chess is very good, but you can't really just do positional play in the beginnings. It's tough. Positional play is the king of the game. I think, at least. That's my position right now. But to get better quickly, you can do it with tactics. Yes, obviously positional play can never be ignored, but still, it is the tactics that you need. Visual chess, thank you for following. That's not true, Z Nation. Some positional play does not require tactics, but tactics makes you survive games and win games. No, you've got to do normal puzzles because you need to take your time to become good at it. Rook c4. Okie dokie. Go h3. I'll try to be happy visual chess. I think that's a great idea. You can play positional chess without tactics occurring. Yeah, but not like these high tactics like Tals. So Z Nation, this is my point. When you're saying I'm in the classical school that every great positional game still contains tactical elements, you can change my mind. So my main point is Tactics might be involved, but not tall levels of tactics. And that's kind of the big deal there. Yeah, they're seeing all the tactics and preventing the crazy. Z, cheers. Finally, we agree. Also, H3 was played. Just so you know. Thank you for the follow. It's not hard. I think I'm going to activate my guys. Let's see if that works tactically. Does not. It does not work tactically. So I've got to have a pass on that one. So, but I can go a4, which is a tactical idea. If you take here, I attack both of those guys on a6 and a4, and I could even get rid of your gas in the future. How do I do arrow things? I softly click on the pawn, then I push forward, and it's an arrow. That is the magic of Lichess arrows. Right click, and then just push it. It's not a good move, but it's an arrow. You're right, that arrow thing would be pretty bad. There's a question where I can't read the name, but I'm trying. So, okay, let me read it otherwise. Kimi's colleagues asking, how do you learn to look more than 2 or 3 moves ahead? Well, it is basically just need to know which direction to look at. When I played a4, I know that the play will center around this side of the board. So I'm focusing here. I don't care about these guys at the moment. I'm looking here. I notice that this pawn is weak. Know from history that pawn can become weak. Now, how can I get close to it? If I open up the file. Naturally, tactics will be involved in this box. So if there are any exchanges, my queen will get close to this guy on a6 and b5. So that's how I see many more moves ahead. I know the basic concept of that a6 pawn being a weakness, and then I come up with the moves that will actually arise. I hope that helped you, Kim Sikali, understanding how I look at chess and why I do it and how I do it. How's it going, dear viewers? How are you enjoying yourself so far? Also, who is your #1 favorite for the Tata Steel Masters? Also, I mean, let's just mention that Cousin is not doing that hot these days. So Queen B6, kind of anticipating my stuff. Huh, anticipating my plans. What a shock. Bioshock. Hashtag not sponsored. So, this is defending some stuff. To come up with another set of plans here. On the other hand, this queen does take away this knight square from going to b6, which is a good news. I'm happy about that. Could take. Yeah, so I want to open up the position. This king is kind of vulnerable there. So I'm going to go and play a takes b5. Firouzja, Anand, residual inside is saying. As it's not obvious. Well, it's not a weakness yet, but it was, or a future weakness. So, by the way, just to let you know, people, either today or tomorrow, so in the upcoming days, keep watching our Discord because we're going to have Veep Kings returning. Well, that's something you might want to look forward to. Yay! Exactly, Packingal. I heard a sound that reminded me of someone taking stuff. Queen takes b5. Okay. I'm gonna take this because basically black is lacking an active rook of sorts. And that's why I'm trying to do as much action on the queen side as possible. Well, there are times when I don't play well. Backing up. I sacked way too much. Indeed, that was too much. Lots of pawns. Yeah. So takes. I'm trying to get my guys over to the king side and use the fact that this rook is out of play. DC. I have to decide if I'm keeping my queen here or I change position of this lady. Queen e2 could make sense. So I'm gonna go stick with queen c2. Still trying to put pressure on this guy. And all the weaknesses on the queen side. Peckingal, you did good. Whenever you get pawns, you got to take it. You've got to take it. Gifts are to be accepted in chess if you see the refutation or if you don't see the mate. Those are the two things you can do. I mean, that's one of the important things, Peckingal, is to make sure that you take all of your chances. I think people are like too bent on losing. Losing happens. I mean, obviously shouldn't aim to lose a game, but The most important thing is to take your chances. Whenever you get a chance, take it. You'll learn from it in the end. Knight b6 is a bit annoying. I still feel that these guys are a little weak. I should use that fact. I'm gonna go rook a1. How would I know it's a chance or a trap? You've got to work on it. That's the way to go about it. You've got to work on it and figure it out. Bobo Derson says rook a1 is tricky. That's a compliment. I'll take it. I'll take it. Most of the times the queen is slightly better, but rook plus minor is also fine. And Locroix, you're kind of make a statement that I'm not sure it makes much sense. You know, that's kind of a dodgy statement. Is the queen good or the rook good? Decide. Hello, School Dan. How's it going? How is it going? Yes, there'll be another simul. So misspelled. There will be. You beg. Well, do let me know your name. It's nothing to beg about, Neophi. Knight d5. Greedy. Greedy. Opponent offer draw. Interesting. Interesting. Opponent offer draw. Opponent refuse draw. Let's see what's going on here. So I'm still trying to put pressure on the a6 and c4 pawns. That is the main idea. Okay, that was good enough. That is, you can be nice, but that wasn't nice. Okay? There's a level of aggression that is fine, but I don't appreciate that kind of phrasing. Okay? Yeah, so the point is, I'm still planning to put pressure on both of these guys. This king is still stuck in the center. I'm trying real hard to get close there. That being the main point. Also, hydrate. Nobody told me to hydrate. What kind of chat are you? Finally. I have to bank on my own self. That's why you guys are here. Just to tell me to hydrate. Cheers. Cheers. That knight weak? Chet, is that knight weak? What do you think? Do you agree with I'm not that good, GG? Is that knight horribly weak on h5 or not? This tastes good. This tastes good. So there's some little ideas I have in stock. Wouldn't wanna spoil it just yet. Queen b7. That is one sneaky move. Sneaky, sneaky. So the point was, if knight takes b4, I can take on b5, knight c2, check, and that the rook is hanging on g8. Queen b7 is setting up some nasty ideas along this diagonal. But I have my doubts. I have my doubts. I'm gonna check on a4. Queen a4 check, and then roam this way. If I take here, then there's knight e3, and then there's just too many mating ideas on this square. I'm gonna check first. I did see those G2 thingies. The knight just needs a reroute to become relevant again. Yeah, again, still I'm asking. You guys think that knight on h5 is a loser? Is it a loser on h5? I mean, I'm kind of contending that my knight is not that bad. But that's one opinion, though. You know. It's not a winner yet, says Ihalan Bin. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so now the big issue for Black is coordination. And what Black did well for his time is to do and put some pressure. But the problem is that my guys are getting active as well. Hey JT, what's going on? So even though Black is almost well coordinated, there's still some issues to be fixed. Agu, hey there. So yeah, I still have some issues, but I think I can give you the VIP as you deserve it. Just my thing is glitching a bit. And everybody, welcome Agu to the VIP section. Welcome him among the VIPs. King D8, King F8 on the other hand would be a little bit not that good. Because my pony would help. The pony wouldn't be there, it wouldn't be as good. So we love this knight on H5. Good horse. Good horsey. Now still my opponent really wants to dibble dabble trick me. Not happy about that. So, have to figure out something. Um, 6. Yeah, I can take. Time to taking it. It's time to take it. Because if there's anything that would be happening there, I have check and harassing that rook and any other tricks as well are in the bud. Hey, Fluffy Axolotl, how's it going? Hello, hello, and welcome. Welcome to the Chess Sweep channel. By the way, just wanted to let you guys know we're going to have an arena tournament very soon. So if you want to know when it's going to happen, just check out our social media. Join our Discord or Facebook. Now this was a tricky move. Now it's attacking my knight. The knight is attacking my rook. I don't have this square anymore, and it's a double attack. Now, there's two things you can do when you get double attacks. First, you can panic. There's nothing wrong with panicking. Two, then try to find a solution. There's no rook a8 check. Three, try to block it, and that's what I'm going to do. Oh, JT, you made a blog post about chess in Japanese today. I haven't written a piece in a few years, so it was fun. That's cool. That's cool. What was it about, if you can tease a little bit? Hey, Youssef. How is it going? Hello, hello. So you can't really bring the king here because, hi, I check you. And other than that, this move blocks the view to the g2 square, which is very important. Otherwise, I would get brutally mated and I would lose my knight. I mean, my rook, that is. My rook. Thank you for the follow. The Master Jonic. So, sadly now, there's some problems for black. As if there's no mate, there's no hydration. But I can still hydrate. I won. Wow. Let me see the result. Okay, 20 wins. 1 loss. Not bad, not bad. 21. That's passing. That's passing. Oh, so JT put this is the link. So if you want to read chess in Japanese, take a look at JT's article. So the problem here is for black, You can't really go here because I check you. Probably knight b5 is best, I think, but I have d5. And yes, other than that, there'd be problems, but because I can't really defend, I could, but then there's an active c-pawn. After knight b5, I have d5, blocking the view. And after that, I have rook b6, and even bishop b6 ideas are lingering in the air. So this is pretty good. 21. Hype. Yeah, Japanese tutor, when you say hydrat, are you talking about hydrating in Hungarian? Because, I mean, that's kind of a made up word. Yeah, my knight on the rim wasn't so dim, and that's important. Because this knight was always threatening to go to f6 and annoying on g7. Gina couldn't go f8 because I always had check, and the king really doesn't have access to these squares. That's kind of make it possible. There's no Hungarian words for hydrating. Um, Actually, we would say hidratálás. It's kind of a different structure, but it's exactly the same thing. So that's all right. So, guess what's coming next? You know what's coming next. Yeah. Yeah, and here black couldn't take because I have check, and now you see why this is useful. Because I have knight f6 and I take the rook. Other than that, I take here. JT, thank you for gifting us up to Gina Rook. Thank you so much. You're welcome for the Hungarian lessons. All right, so here we go with simul number 2. All right. Educational GM simul. 3 seconds. And link. Be back in a second. Hello, hello. Yeah, fun game, Jinro. GG's. Was fascinating. So, Elef Bush, Dragon Bee, Skuldan, Kutuzov. GM wants to play. Sure. Patrick Daly, happy player. Ran Sora. That's Sora is from an anime, wasn't it? I wasn't sure which one though. Oh yeah, Sora and Shiro. No? You guys know which one I'm talking about, right? Sora and Shiro? No game, no life. Was it? I didn't see. Knight C7? I don't think it's Sword Art Online. Dragon B, thank you for the 500 bits. 500 cheers. Thank you so much. Yeah, I am Monkey. Here's the link. Yeah, I'm telling you. There's a GM in the Simul, so I felt, good luck. Best of luck if you so want to. He's saying he's the champion of France. Sweet. All right. Whatever. Welcome, welcome. Inviteme, maestro. Sure. Ah, knight b6. Oh, maybe. High MVL? Yeah, could be. I don't even know if he plays that championship though. Z, whatever your heart desires. Are we supposed to mute stream during the simul, right? Yes, kind of. That's the etiquette. On the other hand, because I speak moves. So, I mean, but it's your choice. I mean, it's still for fun. It's educational simul. So I'm trying to educate. Here you go. Zuckertort, my big arch and nemesis. Aguileras Miguel. PT. What a name. What a name. Heavy Player says, last time we played I made an error on move 3. I will not make the same error this time. That is something I appreciate. That's the right mentality. Okay. No, learning from errors is one pivotal thing in chess. You don't do that, there'll be some issues. There'll be some issues then. There. Ziegelstein. What a nice name. What a nice name. Dapperchap. Dapperchap? Yeah, Dapperchap. Welcome, Dapperchap. I have few more spots left. Here's the link. What's the condition of entry? Well, letting me know your username would be one. Hey, chess master. Ruble chess. Where are you? Here you are. Ruble like a pile of rocks. Okay. And let's add Bansuga. Should we add some more? Or should... Chat, what do you think? Should be 2 more or this is enough? It's up to you, chat and dear viewers, if you still want to. Ruble is definitely a currency there. More, more, more. 2 more. Okay. You don't like question marks? Nobody likes question marks. I like exclamation marks. Like this kind of exclamation marks. So you know when there'll be an arena at the ChessWeeb channel. To respond to my ideas, I don't know. I don't know. That's an interesting question. Not sure. All right. So let's start now. Best of luck. It's 22. Hope it'll be 23. 4, d4, Zuckertort. Okay, I can still Zuckertort the Zuckertort. Jules Chedal Bornu. Best of luck to you. Alright, let me develop my knight. e4. Ziegelstein d4. e4. Funky hamster. e4. d4. Knight f3. c4. d4. e4. c4. d4. e4. f4. Because no game, no life. 4, e4, 4. Always develop the pony. That is kind of the key of this game. I'm gonna go bishop g5 because the Trombovsky is fun. And f3, 3, 5, g6, c4. And by far bishop d5 is the best. No question about it. e3, c4, and f6. Let's play d4 here. d4, g5 a bit, knight c3. f4 to be fun against the pick? Yeah, indeed it is. There, Zuckertort. So there's nothing as satisfying as playing the Zuckertort against the Zuckertort. He takes, not a fan. Probably knight takes e4 is just better. c4. Bishop a4. Always keep the tension. c4. And now d5 is not as good because you don't have enough pressure on the d4 square. Okay, let's go bishop g5. d4. Dappa chappa. I'm gonna go the classical way of playing this. Again, I can take on d4. Let me just try that good old system. The problem is that there's not enough pressure on the d4 square. Let's be principled, play the good old opening that we all know and love, and we call it the Spanish. So bishop b3. Knight b4. Now, if this would win games immediately, then we would be sad. I'd be sad. So I'll try not to mess it up. I don't want to play d3 because then these knights can overwhelm me. And even though this looks funny, it does defend the c2 pawn, so I'm just going to play it. Knight f6. I'm going to try this d4 idea. a6. Now here, there's this famous move of bishop g5, which Spassky played against Fischer. Let's just do it ourselves. You're playing the Danish there. e3. And now if given the chance, always do the Marozzi. This takes I'm not a big fan of. Anytime when you help your opponent to build a big center, don't do it. It's usually not good. Takes, let's take with the knight. Knight e2. I go knight d2. It feels a little passive though. I'll go knight f3. Makes more sense. Knight takes is not good. Usually you want to keep the pieces on the board. Knight takes d4 just exchanges too much. Variety the Danish. Oh boy. There, knight c3. Now I can chase the knight away. So this is the problem with that knight being out so early. I think I have knight g5 with the idea of getting my queen over there. Now this runs into e5, bishop a4, bishop a4, g5, knight c3. But then this pin works, so I don't want that to happen. Just gonna put my bishop out. Or castles. Now it's mate. So the point was, if takes, takes, here, here, and I have mate because of bishop a3 stuff. This is mate. Knight e4, c3. And always aim for quick development, especially when your opponent is just dilly-dallying a little bit. d5, let's go e3, bishop e2, 1. Unfortunately, I don't speak French. I wish I did. Queen d6. not quite in the direction. So well, let's develop our guys. That can't be that bad. E5. Okay. So what do you... I can't do anything. It's you to decide if you're fine with E5 or not. Knight D5. The idea of Queen A4 check. Queen C6 runs into this nasty idea of Bishop B5 and you're forked. B5, we're still in main lines. DE, but now I have this check. And then you have to block it. And this queen is under attack as well. There, Bishop D3. Castles. Castles. Knight F3. Knight F3. Knight C3. Knight C3 as well. Offers a draw. Can't do much about it. Gonna go A4. C2. Knight G3. Bishop B4. Let's just play E3 here. Again, Ziegelstein. Did I freeze for 10 seconds? I apologize for that 10 seconds freezing. Queen F4. Actually, Queen A4 is even better. There's no D5 because ED. I'm still hitting the queen. C6. Let's get... I'm getting all my pieces. Note that I occupied the center. I made sure my king is safe. And then I will start some actions in the center. Bishop D7. Ah. Is this good for me? Yeah, Queen B3 is good. The Spanish. Let's play the Knight C3 one. Okay. Go ahead and attack. Queen B6. That is not quite the way of playing. E5 is the main way of just doing it and playing it. Raise the curve, rep. Your 10 seconds of your life that you'll never ever get back. I know. Rest in peace. Rest in peace for your 10 seconds. We're so sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, that was the other 10 seconds you lost. Gonna go E5. Attack that pawn on E7. And knight on the rim is Grim. So the Grim Reaper is going to take that pony. Because I'll take. I always have that Queen A4 check. Guys, be nice with each other in the chat. Meaning the Lichess chat. Mouse slips unfortunately happen. So. There's nothing to talk about it. That happens. It's not the player's fault. It's the mouse's fault. Down with the mouses. Shame on the mouses. Everybody, let's Let's rise against the Moises. All right, I'll go d5. I gained plus 10 troll skill points. Oh man. I waited for those skill points to arise and just be mine. Finally. There. I'm gonna go d3. Should I gobble, gobble, gobble? I think I'm gonna, but after e6. Takes, and then I'll have a check. A check for you. I mean, a check for me, but a check for you. Is it good? It's good. Yeah, let's take 2. Checky check, checky check, check. A4. A4, I don't want c5 to happen. DC. Castles. The point was, if queen a5 check, seemingly I lose the bishop, but the fact is, if you take, there's queen d7 checkmate. Now I take on d1. And mates are incoming. Queen a5. That's Castello. I think it's time for me to castle yet again. Bishop d3, g3, b6. Now I'll take, again, to have a bad structure for black. Bishop e3, knight e4. Let's attack. Knight e5. I'll take on e7. Bishop g4. So aggressive, PD. PT, you're so aggressive. Rook e8. I shall taketh this knight. Could take. I'll take this guy. Take that guy, it has repercussions. I'll take DC. Queen c7. Gonna go queen e2. 2. Knight takes. This queen. Let's talk about that lady. I could play c5, and then I could get my bishop over there. But knight a4 can't be trumped, it's better. So I think I'll take this guy and then take b4. Bishop e6. C4. Takes. b5. Huh. Okay. Question. Should I take now? Or take later? Take now. Take now. Take now? Take now. Queen a to c6. Wowza. Wowza. Interesting. Interesting stuff. Ajaxika. Let's see. Could play c5, activating my bishop, and that kind of makes me feel happy. But Is that good enough? Let's go knight c5. That's good. Let's get our guys over there to attack. I'll take that knight. I'll push my pawn. I'll activate my pieces. Go b5. Attack before these guys get into play. Queen a5. Now. I can take on f7. I don't know if I want to, though. Let me just go knight b3 first. There. I'll get my rook on the open file. g4. d5. I shall take. If I take, then yep, I can take this guy. Queen a4. Queen b3. Thank you for the follow, Soup Maker. So I'm still trying to conjure up an attack here. And probably will try to do it. Anyways, I'm gonna castle now. a6. Huh. I have this very, very nice sacrifice. Rook c6. The point is, if you take, I have ideas of taking and mating on this side of the board. Other than that, I have rook d1. Knight c3. Queen a6. Now I have c5, which I'm happy about. I'll go knight d2, preparing e4. a5, I'm going to ask a question where that knight is headed. e5 again. And I'll take a pawn, because a pawn is a pawn. As we so know. Takes b6. Now, I got to put this bishop here. 2 takes b5. I'm gonna save myself from b4 stuff. Actually, don't know if I have to. Don't know if I have to. But okay, let's just be circumspect. Knight d5. I'll be happy to exchange stuff. Knight d4. b6. Now I'm gonna get my rook into the game. Also know that this king is a little bit loosey-goosey there. He takes d5. Takes. Doesn't work. But I have rook d1. c5. Exciting stuff. d4. I think I can go knight a4 here, which is pretty strong there. d3. fe. g4. I'll take first and then I'll have g4 ideas. 2. e5. Knight b5 would be early, because now I can put pressure on this king quicker than you might think. go here, and then either tick or get my rook on the file. Takes, I'll take. Bishop d5, putting pressure. A rook b8. Now, I'm up a pawn, but I still have to defend the way a little bit. Queen b4. I'll take on c5. Then, bishop takes b2. Okay. Rook c2 and chase this bishop. Probably this maneuver is pretty nice, putting pressure there and getting my bishop out. Bishop b7, bishop b2, castles. I have knight g5 check, and I can take that pony. g2, rook e1. Now. Okay, so this queen is kind of trapped. First off, let's go here, planning to have multiple threats against the queen and the king. Knight e5, let's go f4, attack. Yeah, a3, takes, knight takes. Yeah, knight takes is strong because queen c7, queen a7 is mate. Takes g4. Ah, okay, I see what my opponent wants. I'm gonna defend this guy. And build my center later, but first rook d1, king h1. So I'm gonna start rolling with my pawns. And now I have a beautiful little sacrifice. This is knight e5, and this bishop's hanging castles. Someone's saying that I'm giving ideas in stream. Well, I mean, if you want to play it very fair, you would mute my ideas, because that way you wouldn't know exactly my thoughts. But I don't condemn you, just saying. a4, dc. Now I'm going to go e4, e5, just breaking in the center. Rook d2. Now I'm going to go for this guy. At least that was my plan. My pawns are just so weak. Ah, this is no good. It's not going to be that good. Shaksika is saying, you're really talling up your games. How tall am I? I'm very tall, like, yes. Hello, Alexandra. Okay, let's play f5. You need 7, d6, ab, 4, check, I'll hide. Attack. Now let me just develop first. Why not? I have knight g5 hitting this bishop. That could be very annoying. Bishop e6, and I'm gonna play knight d4. Knight d4, not sure. Let's go drop back this way. Knight d4 is good. 6. Bishop g2. Bishop takes d1. e4. Knight c6. Now I'm gonna go b4. Take that pawn. Later. Takes. I can't take because I get checkmated. That's no bueno in my textbook. So I'm going to activate this bishop. Either here or here. Takes. C takes. I'm gonna take and go for e5. I'm playing against black, actually playing c5 here. Bishop g5. Now I have queen g4, hitting that square. Ah, but it's defended. I'll just kick you out then. h1. a5. Not gonna stop me now. Because you're pinned. And if this knight moves, then this pawn gets it. d5. Not scared of this at all. I'm gonna take and go e5. At least that is the game plan. Which might change. This pawn is hanging. I could go f5. ef, ef. Yeah, so this time I can go f5 and g5. Takes. I've got to take with the rook. Oh, that might not be a good thing. Shoot. Check. e5. cd. Yeah, this is annoying. This is annoying. So, what can I do here? Go queen d3. That makes the best sense, best chance too. Let's get the rook onto the file. And now, gf. Let's bring this rook into the game then. Bishop takes b2. Rook d1. Bishop f5 check. You can't run away like that. Takes. d7. Bishop b2. Now I have bishop a7. It's kind of annoying. Bishop b7. And now I have this knight taking control of all of these important squares. Well, that GM lost. So EF. Rook b8. Now I'm gonna start rolling with my pawn. Rook d8. I can go rook e4. There I can take d3. I have this idea of c6, but I have that fear that that's not that good. So let me just drop back to it. Go here too, exchanging off that annoying bishop. So I'm gonna just do that. I have knight e4, and whenever you have a good outpost for your knight, these charger pawns actually help you get a big advantage. there. And now I'm gonna just kill this bishop on b7 forever. Bishop e6. Dang. Yeah, this is bad news. Because then this pawn's taken. Okay, let's try. Take. Knight b6. Well, you guys are thinking what I'm thinking. I'm gonna sacrifice. Bishop d4. I get my rook on the file. Let's play h4, maybe. f5, castles. Now I have knight c7 check, and the next is mate. g5, let's attack. Take. Takes. Takes. Check here first. Then bishop c5, knight d2. This pawn will be a target in the future. But first, let me get rid of this guy. There. It's a good question what I can do in this position. Yeah, I got to defend it. Check. Knight b3, you get to attack all of those pawns. There. Now I'll wait with my king, because not much else I could do. Thanks. Knight e2, getting my knight to a better square. a5. I'm gonna go e3, just killing the scope of this bishop. There, h5. Bishop d2. Let's break it open with e5. Rook there, rook c1. There, knight e5. Castles. Chess beef is OP. Beat the GM in 4 moves. Palam, lol. Yeah, he did resign. Knight f6. Now this guy is a target. I mean, this pawn will be a target, that is. Just get my queen there, just to my people ready. Check, let's go queen a. Queen a8. Yeah. And now I have a bit of a tactic with knight a5, because then the knight is overloaded. Bishop a3. Rook c6. I'll check first and go rook c6 then. I'll take that guy. There, I'll take here, and I'll have a bunch of pawns on that side of the board. Rook e1 here. Takes, I'll take. Back. And let's start running with those pawns. Bishop h. So this bishop is not doing much. Note that this structure is very strong. So I'm going to go bishop h3. Harass that e6 pawn. Takes, I'm going to get to an attack mode. D5. I'm gonna go DC. Maybe not yet. No, I'm gonna go DC. Now, let's go Rook C6, attacking that guy. Knight B3. Just activate my bishop. Knight E7. What is that? So, let me see, Knight E7. Could take. I think I'm gonna take there and take the G5 guy. Queen D5, trying to exchange the queens, which is reasonable. Given H6 check. Rook takes. Let's attack. Yeah, see. Okay. Yep, it's spamming the chat. I see what he's doing. So, yep, I am on it. So C takes D5, Queen F8. I'm actually trying to lure that king out somewhat. So, let's castle. Makes sense. And now it's time to run with my own pawns. If I could. If I could. Yeah, just king F1 is super good. There, rook C1. Rook G7. Would mean that that king looks a little bit iffy. Knight D4. It's time to attack. Let's go. We go with F5 first. Yeah, let's go F5. Knight E4, I'll take. Now. And Knight F5 was a good move. I'll defend this. I'll defend this E3 pawn. F6, go bishop D6 and promote with the B pawn. I don't know, I played that exactly. F6, attack. Attack. Yeah. I don't know why I did this. There, I'll take. Rook f7. I'll take. Takes. Hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, got to take stuff before it's too late. Got to defend this. Takes. Pretty bad. F. Work for the attack. Rook e5. That's bad. 92. King g3. f4. Yeah, this is bad. Rook c7. Now I have all of my guys in the right places. C takes. Yeah, there's some dumb stuff. Yeah, like that. I'm gonna go bishop h6, attack. King g5. For check. And this was sadly a mistake by black. In fact, rook d8 would have been just very good. Now I have knight c6 and d7 is unstoppable. e3, e3, rook g3, on to the attack. Let's go here, sack the pawn. h5, rook e8. Now I'm gonna put pressure on that f-pawn, and then I join the attack on the other side. Knight e4, that's kind of annoying. I'll have to take. Rook c1, queen e2, ef. Rejecting my offer. 10 times I offer it back. Take it. Take it. Take it. And I have d7. There's no stopping me. Yeah, I had to roar first, right? Check. And start pushing my pawn. King h8. Now I'm gonna go knight c5 and put pressure. That being the big, grand idea over there. b6. Attack. Attack. Maybe not yet. Attack later. Queen b6. I don't know what you want when you want what you really, really want. Don't even tell me what you want, what you really, really want. It feels like a piece. And I like pieces. Like Reese's. But maybe bishop h5 is even better. Nah, there's nothing like taking a piece. Double. Kick this pony. Develop. I can't fork Carino because knight d4. That would make me feel too happy. Also, this guy's hanging. It's not bueno at all. So, queen a3 takes fe, rook takes. Now my bishop will build a battery and I'll be happy. Queen e7, f6, rook g7, queen h7 is mating. Yep. Now, it's time to attack. It's time to attack. Go here. It actually doesn't have any threat, but queen h5 is stronger. bc, knight b4. I can't take the pawn, can't I? Bishop a5. Oh. Is that true? Is that true? Takes, 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 takes. Takes. Not happy. Not happy. Well, let's still go for it. There, now I can take again. Rook g1, rook g4. Even start with rook g1. I like that even better. Queen there. Now I'm going this way. And queen c2. a5. Suddenly, we can shift our attention to the other side of the board. There. Greedy. Take more of my pawns. I'll just keep it all together. Rook f2, attack. c2. Now it's mate. Good game, PT. Hamster eating all my pawns. Wow. I'll get my rook on the file. And now, I have this beautiful sacrifice. Maybe I should take stuff first. Maybe. Actually, I think I should get my rook in the attack. And then it's going to be good. I have this h4, h5 idea. Bishop g4 doesn't work quite yet. I'll take. dc. Is that threatening? Not that much. Not that much. I'm going to go rook g4. Rook g4. D. Bishop f5. Now this should be made pretty soon. Well, let's just collect that pawn. Can't hurt that much. Knight d4. Bishop f4. I have knight e8. I might do a small simul as the ending of it all. GG, GG, PT. I wanted to make sure that my position stabilized, that's why. Now I have this very nice move, rook f6, and there's no way of getting close to my people. h5. c4. Knight e6. First off, let's just stabilize on this side of the board. I have knight h2 and plan of getting to f6. Knight f6 check. And queen h6 as it's mating. There, now I take and it's mate. Yeah, Mr. Juice, I am accepting challenges. Yes. Just let me know your username. Rook d5. Now I have knight g4, both hitting on both squares on h6 and f6 respectively. Rook a8. Now I go b4. And this bishop is very strong. I just didn't want to open up the position that much. King g7. Now I have knight f6, which is kind of annoying for black. Go queen c1 too. Hitting here, or just fork. I think I'm gonna win that little time first. Knight f6, rook b8. Let's activate the rook. e5. Huh. It's time to activate my guys, even if at a cost of a piece. Same here. I could take ef. I can take here ef. I win on b7. There, knight f6, cd, b6. I'm gonna go back to e4. Problem is I have lots of threads there and the b7 bishop is hanging. Takes, I'll take back. Queen d8. With a heavy heart, I'm gonna take. With a heavy heart. Yeah. Yes, Eichel Bin, I get it, but I'm not that certain of it. I didn't want to give counter chances like that. Rook c8. Now I'll go back and I can support my a pawn. Or bishop a4. Now it's time to activate the lady. Let's activate the lady. Rook b8. Now I'm gonna get my knight over to the other side of the board. a6. I can check and I have h takes stuff going on. Actually, I can start with h takes first. Or here takes. Knight d6. Now it's time that the endgame is just fine for me. Yeah, that's good. That's good. e6. Check. Now I'm gonna have this double attack, I'm gonna win plenty of things, as these guys are gonna be weak as well after the bishop on b7 falls. Takes. Takes as well, but take with the bishop. There, now I can take this pawn. But then maybe king is trapping me, so I'm gonna round up the d pawn instead. Or should I go this way and invade? I'll go this direction. 6. Knight b5. I have bishop d7, bishop c6. Queen d6, mate in 1. Should defend against that, I assume. Go knight g3. Take on a6. I'm going to take this guy as well. I have a double threat there. I'll take on c6 now. Bishop b5. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Juice. Thank you so much. Knight c7. I'll go bishop b7, preparing the pawn push. I'll get my rook on the open file. I could actually go just g7. That's even better. Knight b5. Trying to blockade. But I don't think I'm concerned with that much. Okay, go this way. There, I'll take. I activate my rook. Get my rook in the game here as well. G6. Now I'm going to go rook c5, kicking that knight out. Check. Hello, Bakhtiyar. How's it going? Knight a7, so that knight is stuck over there. Knight d6, d3, d, e, d, e, queen d6, aggression. I can just attack with knight c4, queen e5 check, rook e6. Now I have knight b5, getting rid of this defender, and I have a7, promoting rook to the file. Yeah, pawn sacrifices are always dangerous. And now a7, a8 is coming. That's a big issue. a7 is unstoppable. Queen takes d5. Knight takes e5. King b8. I'll take some more pawns. What could be the harm? Rook d1. Pinning. You want to get a FIDE rating, what do I have to do? You have to play in FIDE tournaments. I'll take. Go back. Take. e1, just blocking. Knight f6. Queen h4. Rook takes. Check. Now it's mate. Only federated. It doesn't have to be on the FIDE calendar. You just have to check it if it's federated. Take there. C6. Now this bishop is doing some good work on this side of the board as well. I'm trying to win that pawn. Also, I block this important h1 square. GG, I'm a monkey. So now this is a big, big problem here. King c8, and now I'll start running with my pawn. Not much black can do about it, while my bishop is still guarding that square. A b, h5. Now this is the big threat, but I think I'm able to avoid that problem. A rook d1. Now I have this and winning ideas such as that. Hello, Boros. Thank you for lecturing on busting the London system. Very effective for your place. Tree, I'm happy you liked it. I'm happy you enjoyed it. It came. It is a lecture on YouTube. Let me link you guys to that one. Here's the link. Queen e4. A little bit annoying. Doesn't work that much, does it? There, knight f1, c4. Now I think I'm going to get rid of this bishop because it's very annoying. Yeah, it feels a little wrong because it's in the center exactly. And also this is in general the point. You want to get rid of your opponent's bishop pair as quickly as possible. That is the big deal here. Want to get that exchanged. If I could make that happen, I kind of would prefer my position. And that would be pretty good. D3. I'm just going to move my queen away. Point is I'm going to take and we'll probably try to undermine this structure. This is a good structure for black, don't get me wrong, but that does not mean that I don't have a chance to undermine it. Florix, it hadn't started yet, so we're still in the end session. Probably this is too long. I should do quicker ones anyways. Ilhan Bin has a question. Okay, I got a funny question for you, Danish. How much would you give to get a white pawn on f6? How much would you give? So again, we are going to have a small simul after this one. But we still have a few more games left. How much would I give for an f6 pawn? I'd give something. Probably a piece. A rook would be a lot. It has to be very I have to have a big attack for an f6 pawn. But even if you imagine if I would have like an f6 pawn, that is worth around a piece, but not more than that. b5. Let's go. Let's attack. g6. Problem with g6 is it's not developing. Black is still 2 moves away from castling. And if that doesn't happen, castles doesn't happen, then there'll be problems for black. On the other hand, I also need to be precise. Let's attack. Not to attack and bringing my rook into the game. You love the photo that I have? That's kind of funny. Knight e4. A little annoying. 4 is a little annoying. Gonna counterattack a little bit. Queen d4. Queen f4. Let's go forward. This looks pretty good. So you were just talking, Ben, about an F6 font. Well, maybe it's coming. Maybe it's coming. So sometimes wishes do become truth. Might be going there, might be getting there. Beza asks, guys, which chess books should I read looking to study more? Well, it depends on what you're looking for. I definitely advise you to look at Kasparov books or even Ivan Sokolov books. Because Sokolov has a good style of teaching. I kind of like it, honestly. Queen f4. This is annoying. Okay, so I'm going to take, though. Just putting pressure and was kind of fed up with that one. Making sure that that's not an issue now. For a new 2000 rated player, do you have a good book based on positional play? Good positional play book. That's a good question. Flores, thank you for following. Good positional playbook. I I don't really think I can tell you that there is something, but maybe Karpov, books on Karpov would be it. It's kind of a little tedious. Knight h5 makes sense. So I'm thinking either here or Queen h3. Queen c3 feels right because Queen e4. Let me finish my sentence, Lichess. So the point is, I have pressure on the rook. Also, I've got all of my guys attacking, getting close to the king. Also, my rook is coming to e1 and I'm attacking there. Still lots of moves to make here. Which, so it's Ivan Sokolov, Bakhtiar. So let's go back here. Queen takes e4. Okay. I can't go there. Rook e1. You have another question with the potential. Have you read Game Changer? I think there are many books named Game Changer. Don't know which one you're talking about. Ah, I know which one you're talking about. Not. I'm not impressed. Like, I get it. I get it. Computers are amazing. But humans can also find solutions. In fact, Peter Svidler had a little conversation with Jan Gustafsson, and I kind of agree with him that if you fiddle around in positions, eventually you hit up on the right ideas. Eventually you do. So I don't think that the computers are monsters that will substitute humans. It's just not the truth. They're capable of good things, that's true. Were those ideas original? No. I've seen these h4, h5 ideas a billion times. I've seen those tactical concepts devised by Polugaevsky. I'm definitely not pro computers, nor am I kind of pretending that they can understand chess better than humans do. They're stronger, they're a non-breathing but thinking entities, but that's all. I don't think I haven't been really that impressed. I like Capablanca's playing style. It's a little bit dry. I won't be lying to you. It's a little bit dry. Drier than you want it to be. Queen f4. Still putting pressure over there. That being the idea. Next time was going to be a quicker one. I'm thinking about 20 minutes or so. Rook d8. Defended the queen as I had knight f6 ideas. And I'm going to go f6 and attack. Bishop g7. Now, e1 makes a lot of sense. Go queen c5 as well. Queen c5 I'm a fan of. Point is, I have queen e7 ideas. Rook e1 is coming, no castling. Queen c7 would be nice, but then that allows castles. Point of this move was to stop that, and then this is coming. Queen e5, rook e1. Bishop e5 doesn't really do that much. Hello there, Von Hoffman. Yeah, long before Polugayevsky even, yeah. But I don't know. In general, I feel that people are playing more circumspect, but you know, that does happen time to time. Bishop d6. Going to go ahead and exchange queens. Haliho is asking, Dinesh, what do you think about Duda? I think Duda is a very strong player. Go queen f5. g5 is a little bit too aggressive. I mean, I don't know if it's aggressive, but it was a little bit too much. That creates a lot of holes around the king. I think he's a very strong player. Duda is. Can become a top 10 player. His style is really good. It's fun to watch. But Von Hoffman, not sure yet. Not sure yet. Yeah, on the other hand, the thing is, they're kind of relying a lot on these engines, which is not a good thing. Because then they don't really get the chance to use their knowledge of the game, which should be used. That's the whole point of the game. I think, at least. I think that's the point. The point is not that you can replicate the ideas of the computer. Queen f5. Okay. Try not to fall for tricks. In fact, I can take queen c2, and now it's checkmate. Yeah, so there wasn't really much to do. You could go bishop f8, but I have queen c7 hitting there, and it's a problem. There, rook c1, hitting this rook. What's my opinion of Fisher random? I like Fisher random. I did not like it before. It's fun, it's interesting, it's weird. I wouldn't call it chess necessarily. It is something that is kind of similar, but still kind of different. If you're bored with openings, I could see to play that. No castles chess? Nah, don't get me started. I'm not that excited to do that. I also agree that it's not good, although the Shanklin shuffle line is the Scotch is very interesting. Is that related to the Fisher random one? Bishop f8. See what you want, but I don't approve of it. I'm just gonna bring my rook into the game because that never hurts. Or does it? No, it doesn't. Also note, I would love to play f4, but that's illegal according to the rules of the game. Ah, yeah, I remember that Shanklin John game. Yes. Yeah, that's fun, but I don't know. That no castling stuff is not good. Castling is just part of the game called chess. That's end of topic. What can you do about it? That's what it is. You need to castle. Were you surprised at the 960 championship result? Also, if you were just complaining about computers. No, I'm not complaining. I'm complaining about humans just blindly following the masters, like quote unquote masters. Um, so I'm not at all. I don't see a reason to just go and do that thing. What is called 960? You can play it, but it's not a substitute by any stretch. I don't think it's a good substitute for playing the game of chess. So yeah, this rook is lifting, and if we lift, that's never a bad sign. So what do you guys think? Are you guys believing in 960 or no castle chess? No, and again, I'm fine with computers, but it's kind of annoying that everyone is relying on them instead of using their brains. That's why chess is getting a little bit dry. Castling is so evocative of what? Capitalism's objectification and exploitation. What the heck you're talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. But what do you guys think about Jeffrey Zhang? How far will he go? What do you guys think? No, he was correct with computers taking everything away from chess, and that's a shame. I didn't want to exchange queens, obviously. 2,800. How? Yeah, that's a lot. Hello there, Matthias. How's it going? So I think that Jeffrey is going to be a top player, top 20 minimum. Um, how far he's going to go, I don't know. That's still up in the air. I think his style is not perfect. Who said that, Tree? I'm not sure who you're talking about. Schedules are too soft? What do you mean schedules? I don't get what schedules mean there. Schedule is too soft. Tournament strength. Okay, that's true. That's true. But I mean, I wouldn't blame him. He's just getting there to the 27 plus. I am following the Tata Steel. The challengers a bit, not that much. Queen b1. Yeah, he's near 20. Yes, Sleepy Mario. Hmm. Top 10 against the top. Okay. Yeah, it's good that they do that. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think that Jeffrey is just going to be in contention, but he needs to change his playing style as well. I don't think the way he plays is too aggressive. He's solid, but he's not like apart from being a solid player, I haven't seen him try so hard. Maybe the signal that he was making, meaning the what is that? So he played the Vinaver against Anand. Have you guys seen that? And that was kind of the interesting part. Great game by Anand, but probably that's the moment he was trying to win. But actually, he still needs to find his ways of how to play for a win in general. Not ambitious enough. Good game, ETR. So, we're still attacking here. One game to go, and then we'll be ready. Not scared of to lose. I mean, he's very conservative now. He needs to become a bit more aggressive. But okay, I mean, that's the highest level you can get in general. So I don't really blame him. It's difficult to find a place where you can win with black or try with white. You know, it's always hard. So what is upcoming is a 10 player, like a smaller scaled simul, queen d5. Now I'm gonna go h4, just blasting open the position. Yeah, do let me know in the chat if you want to play. Spin orange. Which one are you talking about? Which games? No, Carlson gives chances and gets chances because of it. Well, probably not now, as we're just trying to get into the other one as well. I'm gonna take Queen E5. Okay. Okay. I'll make my rook lift as anticipated. Bishop to C5. Queen H5. Takes, mate. Good game, sir. Good game. GG. All right. So, last but not least, 20 minutes, 3 seconds, final. I'm all. Yep, it's just 3 seconds increment. Indeed. So all of you who were asking and were just joining, here's a chance to join. This will be the one. By the way, Bakhtiar, Sleepy Mario. Do let me know your name in the chat. Also, just letting you know, in the upcoming days, we're going to have an arena tournament. So, you should be checking that out. Mr. Juice. Okay. Von Hoffman. You can't join Mr. Juice. You just did. You just did, sir. Hisoka. Call from Finland, our favorite people. Yes, I can accept. I can accept that. Three more bases are left. Anyone wants to join from chat? Let me know. Von Hoffman, you're in. So I'm gonna hydrate. Merlin the Wizard. Kostya. Is that with Russian? Okay. And Viktorovich. Yeah, you had a decent play there. All right. I promised to make it a small one. Here it is. Okay, e4, d4, 3, 3, 4. always develop. Take the central squares and stuff. 3. C3. Bishop B4. Let's get it maneuvered. Knight F3. E5. This feels a little early because this will become a weakness. A3. I'm going to go C3, D4. Note that I castle if I can quickly and then still play in the center. Jaksika, no. Sad. Next time, hopefully. BC, D4. 3, 4. Let's play with G3. C6, Queen D3. I'm going to go play for the central break. Queen D3, D4. C5. Yeah, let's go. Double up. C5 is early here. That works with knight d2, but with this knight already putting pressure on this pawn, that's not something you should do. Nope, von Hoffman, I don't think I said it to you. B6, now I'm gonna attack with the queen on G4. H3. Now again, now this is much better what you did. But whenever you play C5 and white gets the chance to chase you away with D5 with the tempo, then knight C6 is not as good. Here you should have taken on D4, stopping this move that I have. 4. H4. Knight F6, Gambit style. Like it. Bishop A6. Now, get my rook into the game. D5 takes, and takes, and H3. Castles. Von Hoffman, I did say the previous one to you that you don't want to be chased away with D5 with the tempo. A5? Not sure what that does though. Bishop C4. And I want to play F4, but therefore I play King H1 first. Key 1, 5, 3. Knight C6. Now I have H5. H5, that is kind of rim life for that knight. Which is not that bueno. In fact, I'm going to make it uncomfortable over there. F4. F4. Castles. D3. D6. Now that knight is gonna be mine. Ah, okay, you said it earlier. Okay. Yeah, but I was greedy enough to look for that extra pawn. I mean, extra knight. Knight b4. I'll make sure there's no bishop g4, so I'll play h3. Bishop c2. Ah, taking my pawns. Not appreciative of that one, but that's castle. h5. E takes. Now I have knight takes d5. Castles. There, and I'm gonna take, and I have this e5 break, opening everything up for my bishop and for my rook. It takes e5. I'll develop peacefully. 5a3. gh, that's a little bit too much, even though it makes some sort of sense. 5, 3. I'm gonna head back to c4. Castles. Knight takes d5. Wow, bishop h5 here takes mate. e6, queen h6. He takes d6. Queen e2, that'd be a bit much maybe. Castle. I'm going to get my knight to the e4 square or c4. Both places I have lots of pressure on the position. Now, ready? Boom! He takes g6. And let me just show you that line. Point is, takes, up, come back, come back. So it takes, I take, and because I control all of those squares, it's going to be mate. Now, jump to c4, get my bishop out, e5, f6, right? You can go in here, take some stuff, 5, a2, and attack, always attack, 2, and now bishop f7, just checkmates. e6 to bring the rook into the game. I have rook f3, and we're doubling on that f7 pawn. Rook d5, h7, e6, 3, king g7. Defend my stuff. Ask a question or two for that knight. Now I can go knight e5, targeting this long diagonal. Queen e8. I think I will activate my bishop this side of the board. Bishop takes. I'm gonna take with fe. I have an open file for my rook. There, That is bad. We'll give a welcome check. King G8. Okay. 92. F6. E5. Okay. I'll start running with my G pawn. Look there, Queen G5. Early, I guess. Wait, first. So this is the structure you want to avoid in the Benoni. You want to get another knight here. Either go rook e8, knight e5 and take with the piece. You never want to take with a pawn because I have an extra and very strong pawn over there. So if you play the French, it's important to know how to play it closed. c5. That is an interesting idea. We'll go queen g5. 6, 6. 5. That is good. Queen b6. And now again, black is down in development. Go ahead and attack. 97. Always develop with pressure. If you have an active move that attacks at the same time, that's a good idea, usually. Let's go knight g5, attack that f7 square. It's a big target. Queen c7. I'm going to play d5, opening up the position. h6. Go ahead and open it up anyways. a6, taking away this plan of mine. Now I have a target on b6. c4. First off, I should hide my king from checks and stuff like that. h5. Now I'm going to remove that defender. a4. Knight f6. Put my knight in the center like that. There. In d3. Rook b8. Now I'm going to activate the bishop. That a4. Opening it up. Queen a6. Now it's time to break it all open. Queen d6. Bishop f4, just jumping back. I have f4, e5. The point is that this pin is kind of strong. J, queen h5. Let me play b4. I want to open up for my pieces. c3, bc, ab, knight f1, d5. Point is I want to get rid of that c6 pawn and then everything falls into pieces right there. You learned Utsukushi? What's Utsukushi, Haliho? Whatever Piso is kind of mentioning, that's always a fair opening choice. Queen c3. takes. Queen d6. Now I don't want to open it up for black. I just want to attack myself. Queen f3. He takes. Hey Ojas, how's it going? Oh, it's beautiful in Japanese. Yeah. Now the Pirk is not as good as the King's Indian. Queen takes d2. I think this attack I have is decent. I don't know if it takes. Rook c1, d6, attacking this guy. I have this even more beautiful move. Knight b5 takes, queen a3. I have knight c7. Everything's hanging. Probably this is the better one. Knight b5, knight f5. That is annoying. I'm going to go back to take away that square and then go g4. Check. E takes. I can go ahead and play rook e1. Check. c4. I'm not gonna bait for this one. Bishop g6 here. e6. That's not working. Queen e7. That's not right. Rook e1. Queen h5. And queen a3 doesn't mate. Doesn't mate, does it? Okay, rook takes b5. Wait. Takes e5. Check. There. Let's activate this bishop. Do I have a mate here? Thanks. Let's sack. Yeah, I guess I don't have a mate. I only have perpetual here, fortunately. Here, now, in a4 blocking. Bishop c7, the idea is a rook a5, but that doesn't work. No. There. Yeah, it's a perpetual. Let me open up the files. Knight e4, queen g4. There. Let's attack. Let's attack. c2, g5. I'll take. A rook d8. b3. Knight takes d6, now I have knight d5 hitting the queen, and I have knight e7 ideas. Knight d2, knight takes d2, f3, rook d8, I have f takes, and then this guy's hanging, e4, e4, then probably knight h4. Yet I do want to get rid of that guy over there. Let's start picking f1 then. c7, h3. At the next lab, I will have to ask you about a good defense for black against f3 system in the King's Indian PSQ. Was that your question? Or I mean, is that what you're looking for? Okay. I'm not sure what K key is meaning. I don't know what you mean exactly. Yeah, I'm just getting rid of that bishop. Now my knight is going to maneuver to f5, where it should be. I can hit the queen with rook a5. King f7. I have this nice little check. There, yeah, that was not smart on my part. h2. Knight f5. Knights on f5, especially if they're supported, that's just very strong and annoying to deal with. Now, play d5, takes bishop e4. I'll take that. And I'll try to mate that king. Go ahead and attack the king side. DE. And let's sack. Let's sacrifice. Check, 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 takes. Queen there, now I can take. Check. It's a King's Indian, okay. So if you're facing f3 systems, I guess. Same-ish? Oh, okay. g4, h4. There, I'll check. Rook d8. I'm gonna take. Take. Boom! Sacrifice. Check. Check, and now the king is mated. Knight d5, is that working? Knight d5 should be working. And it's mate. Good game, Bakhtiar. Queen c1, getting my queen over there to attack. And whenever they take, I can take there. GG. G everyone there in the chat. Sug89, hello. Good to see you here. The channel. H6. Take. And the point is the king cannot castle. It's still stuck in the center. There. So I'm gonna attack that knight. Oh my god. Knight a6. That wouldn't be a good idea. Nope, it wouldn't. So let's refrain from that one. We just get this rook to the file. E3. Okay. Well, you want some sacrifices? I could actually start with knight c6. And knight c6 is very strong. Queen e7 is coming, queen d8 is coming, and rook e3 is mating. So this is slightly better than taking, which is also pretty strong, I think. Rook g6. This is no bueno, but queen h4 is still there. King h2. Queen to g6. Now, whoa. Zukanan, thank you for donating $5. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's get this rook on the open file. Queen d6, knight e4 is just where we wanted that to hop. Knight takes d5. No, that's no good. Oh golly, that's not a good thing. Not at all. Queen g3. Planning to go f6 eventually, and now this is probably the most elegant mate with rook e4 that it could get. GG's, Mr. Juice. Mate. King can't run away. Take that pawn. Yeah, this is not pleasant. Take rook f7. Knight f5 is the best I could find. Now. Take rook b5. A little annoying. Trying to block that. Takes, I'll take. Maybe 3, I'll check. Takes. Now. This pawn is annoying. As bishop. Bishop, if it could get better, then it would make me feel better as well. But okay. Well, let's just take that pawn. It's for free. Queen f6. d6. Rook c8. Now. Go ahead and defend this guy and then prepare g4. Oh my god. What was that? Oh my god. Bye, Bakhtiar. Good game. Takes. Misplayed this one terribly, and oh my goodness. Might have 4 though, which is good. 5. Oh my Boże mój. Bishop e6. Want to activate my people. Let's just try to get that pawn. X takes. Queen e3. Right? Oh, rather annoying. There. Takes. If I'll take, there'll be trouble. If I don't take, it'll be double. But okay. E4. Yeah, I missed that tactical tricky. Now I'm suffering. Queen c5. Let's just get, I can't get that. I'll try to get and gobble that pawn up, which would make my chances a bit better than it is right now. Knight b3, rook a6, rook takes f5. Rook e1, queen b5. Now I can get to activate my guy, and that's just what I want. Rook d6. Probably not that good. Guess I should start running with my own pawn. There, now I have knight d5. Bishop d7, getting rid of this bishop. I could go knight d7 as well. Takes. Monkey Chess, thank you for rating with a party of 20. Hope you had a great stream. We're just doing some simuls right now, trying to figure out what the heck to do. Now, both this looks like an option. Knight d7 is also an option. All these moves. Can't quite decide. Probably go here. Takes. Because then I'll be left with a strong knight. And I like that. Rook e6. Yeah. This looks painful. And it not just looks painful, it is painful. Try set up some ideas. Bishop c6. I'll take that pawn. There. Okay, h5. Rook d8. Tough. Zlivko, hello. Hello, Lolly. Sack, cry, exactly. Well, let's exchange queens then. Huh. Let's push him. Real good. I can bring my rook on the open file, which would have people advocating for that, or just have my bishop stationed on f5. Both that I like. I go rook f1. Yeah, rook f1 is just the principled way of playing. Queen h6. Let's contend. Wait. This is the sneaky idea that my opponent is trying to do with me. How dare ye? How dare ye? How dare ye? It was pretty sharp. Okay, I can go here though. How dare ye? This is trying to annoy my lady. But I can just go here, counterattack, and come closer to this guy. C7. Yeah. I think. Is it game? Probably will be game. D7. The point was that the d8 rook was hanging. You couldn't really take on e1 then. And that is kind of the problemito. Exchange the active rook. Now, let's try to find a way to mate neatly. This is my best hope. Bishop e6. Let's get rid of that bishop. That is my offer. That is my offer. Because I've got e2 here. That is sad news. So sad. Take rook c8. That's also not a happy one. Man, got to go for this one. Also not happy. Takes. Yeah, this is bad. Bad, bad, bad. Okay, let's check. Check, check, check. Yeah, this is bad. Why? Playing too badly. Gee. One's awful. And it's gonna be mate. It's mate. Takes. It's gonna get mated. Debated, mated. Queen d2. Not happy about that. What can you do? c4. Please trying to have some play on the other side of the board. But okay. Alright, that would not be smart. Man, that was a monstrous move. I have to go back. It's not what I wanted. Okay. Man, collecting the house. That's not nice. Okay. Good game, sir. Good game. I messed that up really badly. Yep. This didn't go well. This was pretty bad. Pretty bad. Oh well. Oh well. What can you do? Yep. Yeah, I had a big position there, but then it was I just blundered there at the end. That's no good. So all of those people who just joined, feel free to challenge me. I think I'm gonna do a few more challenges before I pass the torch to someone else. Been streaming for a while. Let me even check how long. Wow, 6 hours. F4. Z Germain. I don't know who he is, but that's a good name. 5. Yeah. 97. Just getting rid of this pony. C3. I'm gonna go H5, asking some little questions. I'm gonna ask still. You don't scare me like that. You don't scare me like that. Yeah, GG, Ahalan bin. Or I'll take G4. Okay. I'll ask some questions for this from this bishop right now. Take on E5. And you can't really capture everything. At least not according to my knowledge of this game. You can't do that. At D3, there's bishop E3. Although how tragic that can be. Check. Does that work? Alright, I mean, just castles is fine. Ah, you're right, that was true. And look at that sad bishop staring at that blank space. Check. Why not just take the pawn? What's wrong with taking a pawn? What's wrong in taking a pawn? Also, I bank on this H guy. Alright. Mr. Juice, best of luck. Books for free? I don't know. So going to do a few more challenges and then I'm gonna pass the torch, as I should. B is coming, or knight d2. Because I'm up a bit of tempes here. That's why white has a little bit of play. No need for increment, but whichever you like, Sleepy Mario. I'm content in both cases. There, at f3, just developing. Nothing is free, Lolly is correct. Let's take. Develop, put pressure. Look at that. I have 3 pieces developed compared to black's 1, and that's a good sign. That's a good sign. H3. Now I'm going to get my knight in the center, having some certain ideas in the future. Thank you for the follow. Son 8. So, yep. Point is, gonna go queen f3. Even h4, h5 is nasty if you're not doing much with your bishop. Things can get awful if you don't have development. If you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. In fact, some of you just wanted to let you all know, I'm losing my mind. I'm going to do an arena in the future. So if you're interested, feel free to join us on Discord. I'm gonna take that and gonna kick this knight out. So I have, come on, arrow. I'll have some targets on g6. So if you want to know when that's happening, you can join us on Discord or Facebook. Thanks. Well, greed is our partner in crime. It's always there to help you. There. Okay. I can move my king. Not a problem. And now I'm suddenly connected. You're not. Cool. Cool, Sleepy Mario. Appreciate that. Should be 7. I shall taketh and then take that pawn. Why not? Why not take pawns? I'll take this guy. Actually, check first. Then I take here. My guys are coming in. And that extra tempi counted for something. Now queen f7 is coming, and bishop d6 is also annoying. This is hard to defend. My opponent gives me a gracious offer, but I think no. Good game, sir. Good game, sir. All right. So Van Hoffman and then Sleepy Mario. And we sleep till next time after that. d4. Sweet, sweet. Carolina. Also, I need to hydrate. Guys, why don't you ever tell me to hydrate? How can I survive this tough world without hydration? I counted on all of you. Wanted to give it a try. Who knows? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Let's go c5. I like the way by displaying everything's connected and it's a torre attack. Torre attack. I respect a torre attack. By the way, and people who are excited to know how to bust the London, here's a good old link. Am I in the Sahara during July? Yes, that's my favorite place to be. The Sahara. Where else would I want to be? Bishop c4. Sure. I'd gladly take that free tempi. You give it to me, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yep, getting that 10. Now I'm gonna go for that e5 break that we're all dreaming of if we get these type of positions. Yep, that was a free tempo, but I'm fine with taking it. Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Now I could jump around, but I'm no clown posse. Jump around. Bishop f4. That was the plan. And I'll take and I'll move my lady to e7. So far, I'm content. On a crisscross. Ask where this bishop is going. Takes, I'll take. Wow. Getting greedy. D8. So far, pretty well played by white. Can't quite say the same about myself. Even in fact, I still win a piece because of these guys being overloaded. Hey Gaborovich, how's it going? Turn the needy into greedy. Yes, be the trainer net. Now I just jump over here, attack that guy. If you move it, I'll capture the other guy. It's all about capturing gas. Knight f3, I shall take that bishop. Yep, I shall take it. Then I'll take on b2. That is mission number 2. Get that tractor on the second. Who wouldn't want that? The second. Queen c7, and I'll take. A tractor a day helps you live life properly. You just need a fresh tractor. All right, let's exchange. I'm not averse of doing that. Okay, but I guess white is. I'm going to ask a question or two. Life. Asking this knight, where is it going? Probably not going too far. Mighty so to save God. Thank you for following. Now, let's see. Bishop, knight d4. Okay. All right, let's just get our 2 tractors on the second. That can't really hurt. Go in this direction. f3. I'll go queen. Well, queen d2 is not as bueno as I want it to be. Actually, isn't it? I thought this works, but it doesn't because I'll take you. After that, queen g2 is winning. Or is it? Check. I'll block you. Rook d8. Good game. Good game, sir. Game, sir. Black up prize. Good luck. Best of luck. Takes, check. Here. Oh, don't know where that king is going. Don't know where that king is going. Knight d5. Always centralize those ponies. Then castle, because castling is healthy. Take stuff because you're up material. Then just crawl back with your pieces. Now I have knight c5 because I have this idea. Okay, I'll take this guy. Then I'll move here. I shall taketh. Check. And check and pawn mate. Double mate, actually. It's double mate. Taking away all the critical squares. Very nice little double mate. Who wouldn't want to get double mated? Okay. And last but not least, good luck, Sleepy Mario. Best of luck to you. Good luck, have fun. Bye. Get that out. Putting pressure on this pony. Not scared of playing for the initiative. There. Queen takes d4. Or just defending this guy. And I have a solid system inside. What was my rating when I was 15? I was 2400 FIDE. That was my rating. Yep, and next I'm going to castle right there and then. Typing away a little bit. Okay. Six, I'll take. Got no choice but to take it. But to take it. Poking the lady. That lady on e4 is bossing down the board. Look at that lady. It's just the best lady on the board. Yeah, Alireza's genius. Yes, Lolly. That is, by all means, true. Also, look at the way he's doing in his tournament. It's crazy. He's doing crazy good. So, bishop e7. Okay, I'll castle. No problems at there. Castling is just good. Nah, Alireza is fantastic. Just doing fantastically. So, now Set pressure on this guy. The lady is much better than this one. Also, probably rook d1 is going to be an idea. And an attack on the h-pawn. Lolly, thank you for subscribing. And a tier 1 sub. Vitalus gifted a sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Lolly. So now I was mostly focusing in for my studies in school. So that's why I didn't get too much rating after that. Rook d1. Activating my rook. It's kind of useful there. Would have been nothing wrong with rook e1 as well, but rook d1 just kind of. Queen c7. Yeah, I'll just take. Bishop f4, and this knight is kind of awful. And look at that. Black is still kind of behind in development. Therefore, I think that this is fairly comfortable for white. Knight d5, fairly good move. Bishop e5. Don't feel like taking yet, but I can if I want to. Bishop f6. Huh. I'll take. Don't know why I did that. Probably going knight e4. Using the fact that this bishop is vulnerable. I still have an extra pawn on this side of the board, which I'm planning to use to full effect. F2. Now let me gain some space on the other side of the board. e3. They're trying to hit on my bishop, but my bishop is in a relationship with my position. So not gonna give it to you. Not gonna give it to you. Xcon gonna give it to you, but I ain't gonna give it to you. Extremely hard exam? I wouldn't say so. I'm gonna go for c4. I mean, it wasn't hard, but it wasn't easy. d4, gonna go for b3. If you take, I would take there. This guy, b3, and just rolling it up. a3, just going for b4. Also gaining space on the other side. f4, getting ready. So that's why my bishop is there. Gaining some space on the other side of the board. g1, preparing g5. Rook d4. Now, see what he wants. See what he wants. I'm going to exchange this guy off. g1, getting there. And time. It's unfortunate. Probably this is still good for black. Be honest with you, but time is of essence. Their essence of the game. So, yeah, good game. Sleepy Mario. Easy. I'm gonna play one more game as a closer. Gonna speed a little bit. Look at that bishop. Look at how it shines. I have this positional grip. Get my guys over there. Rook c4, queen c2, c1. Aye, queen c2, rook c1. And this is Alekine's dream. I got Alekine's dream position. Just what we wanted. And we won. 20 moves. 20 moves. All right. I think it's pretty nice. And with that, I'm going to raid. We're going to raid Miss Argelan. So please join this raid. She's fun. She's actually doing some fun stuff right now. Vitalush, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. And probably see you guys soon in the future. Let's make it to 40. Guys, let's make it to 40 raiders. We're 38. Let's push it. Can make it. Thank you, Lolly, for hanging out. Also, Palem. And keep in touch. Keep in touch, everybody. Let's go. Let's go, people. Take care, all. Good night.